Hello and welcome into Memorial Stadium in Jefferson, Georgia for the 2012 GHSA Boys Track and Field Championships. With Georgia State 1,600-meter record holder Matt Day, I'm Justin Hanover. Matt, last year we watched your 800-meter record get obliterated. What is the crop of talent we should be expecting to see this season?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Justin. We could see several more records contested today. A lot of that's going to depend on the wind. Yesterday there was a heavy headwind in the prelims, but despite that headwind, we saw a lot of fast times on a national level. This is one of the deepest meets in recent history. Here in Georgia, we always have one of the best state meets in the entire nation. Today, we'll see competitive races in every single classification in every single event. The race that I'm looking forward to the most will be the 100 meters. I think that'll be competitive single through 5A, and you're going to see some very fast times. And again, that's all depending on the wind.
The glory race, the 100 meters. So records could be broken, PRs made, and medals will be earned. To the victor will go the spoils. Next up, the 2012 GHSA Boys Track and Field State Championships. We are ready to go. Matt can ramble on and on. He's good with these guys, so let's do it.
Yeah.
And it's the boys 4x100 meter relay. Class A, your lane assignments. In lane 1, we'll have Pace. Lane 2, Terrell County. Lane 3, Bowden. Lane 4, Hancock Central. In 5, Eagles Landing Christian. Savannah Christian at 6. Mount Perrin in 7. And rounding out the field in lane 8, that's Metter. Matt, what are we looking at here?
This is going to be an incredible 1A final here in the 4x100 meters. 42.51, 42.66, 42.97 in the prelims. That's for a Class A classification. That's unbelievable. A 42.5 and a 42.6. Most states, you won't see anything in the 42s until you get to AA, which is incredible. So that's kind of the difference here in Georgia. Our Class A is strong. You're going to look at the middle of the track here. You're going to have Hancock Central and Eagles Landing Christian. You're going to see a lot of these guys that are in this race later in the 100 meters today in the 100-meter final, like Mariko Askew, Casey Adams, Timothy Holland, Jalen Myrick out of Savannah Christian, and then Terrell County will have 2 guys, so they could be a dark horse. They will have 2 guys in the 100-meter final, and Jacoria Scott and Bernard Lumpkin. So they could be a dark horse in this race out of lane 2, but I definitely look for the middle of the track, and Mariko Askew will be anchoring that Bowden, and I think that Bowden 4x1 team, and I think he's probably the fastest guy for 100 meters in 1A. It's going to be a very fun race, going to be a really close race too.
And your Class A record set just 2 years ago, Dooley County, 41.92. I guess that's the time to go after. Is that a realistic time today?
We will see 41.92 at the Class A level.
It's pretty quick.
That is unbelievable. And Dooley County only has about 350 students, maybe 400 at the most. 41.92 would win. They would have won all classifications in most states that year when they set the record. I don't know if that record will go down today. That's awfully quick at the Class A level. But I'll tell you what, 42.5 and 42.6 is also very quick for the Class A level. So anything can happen. If they had perfect exchanges, yeah, they could flirt with that record. But I don't know if we'll see it go down today.
And the national record back in 1998, I don't even know the word to describe this, maybe gaudy, I think more than that, 39.76.
That is fast, and that's having a lot of fast guys with perfect exchanges at the high school level, 39.76. The fastest ever run in Georgia was 40.4, Southwest DeKalb back in 1996. Yeah, that's incredible. And Terrence Trammell and Angelo Taylor were both on that team, an incredible team. The fastest time ever run here at the state meet, all classifications, was 40.64 a few years ago by Miller Grove. Second fastest time, 40.66 by Southwest DeKalb back in 1996. So this is going to be a great 4x1 final all day. I think we're going to see some super, super fast times.
And once again, your lane assignments. In 1, we'll have Pace. 2, Terrell County. 3, Bowden. 4, Hancock Central. They come in with that 42.51 in the prelims, the fastest there. Eagles Landing Christian in 5, Savannah Christian in 6, Mount Perrin in 7, and Metter in 8.
like I said, Terrell County has 2 guys that will be in the 100-meter final, but them being in lane 2, tight curve, kind of hard to win out of that lane, but definitely a dark horse in this race to look for, so don't count out Terrell County in lane 2.
And you look at Terrell County, maybe a chance, maybe their best chance in a while to actually win the team competition.
Yeah.
A lot of guys here, but Athens Christian, the defending champions, we saw them win the women last week, going for the sweep. Gut feeling, Athens Christian, the favorite coming in for sure?
Definitely. When you look at their range over the field events, the relays, and the running events, I mean, no team really stacks up as far as number of competitors. So for margin of error, just like the girls, they took 22 girls to the state meet. They have a lot of guys in this meet too, so the margin for error is very, very large for them. So they're my favorite by the end of the day to win this thing.
But we will see the green wave from Terrell County with a chance this year. Bernard Lumpkin, Jacarius Scott, a lot of talent there. So the A division, Athens Christian won last year. They beat Mitchell County by 5 points. Darlington had 41, so they beat them by 9 as Athens Christian finished with 50. But we're about underway, the 4x1, Class A.
Set.
Good clean start, first race of the day. Bowden in 3, Hancock Central in 4, Eagles Landing Christian in 5.
Wow, Hancock got out fast.
Good first leg.
Very fast. We could see a quick time here today. We could see in that mid-42 range, maybe even low 42s. You're going to have to see. Made up a little bit on that second leg. Wow.
And the handoff so important, so far so good. Coming down the final stretch here at lane 4 and 5, Hancock Central, Eagles Landing Christian. Eagles Landing Christian in the end comes away with the championship.
Very fast.
42.39, Bowden 42.54, Hancock 42.58.
Class A time for 42.3 is smoking fast. You will not see that in many other states throughout the nation at the Class A level. You'll see it maybe like at Texas and California, but that's kind of what separates Georgia from many other states, or the majority of the other states. You're going to see some elite times at the Class A level.
So we did not see a record here, but still 42.39, you just said it. That is flying. Eagles Landing Christian wins the 4x100 in the Class A division.
Guys, don't go far. We're going to have our award presentation immediately following this next race.
Hey, you see it?
Georgia High School Association develops and promotes opportunities for personal growth for their students in their scholastic athletics and fine arts. GHSA would like to salute its outstanding corporate partners, Verizon.
Now to your 4x100 meter relay, Class 2A. Your lane assignments in 1, Beaufort, Westminster's in 2, GAC in 3, Elbert County in 4, coming in with that 42.48 in the prelims, Lamar County in 5, Putnam County in 6, Gordon Central in 7, and North Oconee in 8.
Yeah, and like we talked about in the Class A, that's another thing. Double A is no different here in Georgia. Elbert County coming into this meet had a PR. They ran at the sectional 41.57 for a Double A school, and still not the state record if they were to run that again. That's how good Double A is here in Georgia. Definitely look in the middle of the track. 42.48 in the prelims for Elbert, 42.51 for Lamar County, 42.72 for GAC, and then Putnam County had 42.94. Several guys that you're going to see in this race are going to be in the 100-meter final later. Marquise Dye, Lavondre Nelson, Carl Buckner, and Oka of North Oconee. And also for Putnam County, one of the alternates is Jabrell Crawford. He's a 400, 800 guy. He might be in this top 4, so that's pretty impressive to be on a 4x1 team and be a 400 and 800-meter guy. So it's going to be really cool. Elbert, definitely in the middle of the track, I would say would be the favorite with a 41.5. There's such a big differential between them and the second-best team throughout the duration of the season. But anything can happen, but I look for Elbert in lane 4 in this race.
That's an incredible skill set. Somebody can run a 100 and successfully run the 8. You have endurance, you have sprinting ability. I wouldn't want to be in the final 100 meters against him in that 800.
No way. And he ran a season best yesterday, a 47.91 in the AA prelims. He had the fastest time. That's cruising. I mean, the prelims, there's no telling what he'll run today. And going to be an interesting race here. I think it's going to be really close like it was in Class A, but Elbert County, I just think they're kind of head and shoulders above the rest. But hey, that's why they run the races.
And talk about, you're a Georgia State record holder. Talk about the goal in the prelims. It's not necessarily to go out and get a PR.
Yeah.
It's sort of more survival. But how do you weigh qualifying for this final versus saving a little bit of energy?
Yeah, like in the 800, survival is what it's all about. Lane assignment really isn't that important whether you're in 1 or 8. There's a lot of room to make up. Here, you don't want to, usually in the prelims, you don't want to exert all your energy, but it's kind of a balance between energy and getting a good middle lane or getting a good seating here in the finals. So Elbert County, for all, I think they might have held up a little yesterday, running the 42.48, almost a full second off of their season best. So yeah, kind of a balance between saving energy and getting a good seat, because you don't want to be inside or outside. Kind of a dangerous place to be in a 4x1 final.
Right. In Elbert County, the defending champions. Your lane assignments again: Buford, Westminster, GAC, Elbert County at 4, Lamar County, Putnam County, Gordon Central, and North Oconee. Second race of the day underway. And in lane 2, you see Westminster with a problem there.
It's a good handoff there by Elbert County, the favorite coming into this race, but it is really close.
Westminster still going, though. There was that handoff. Look in the outside lane. Stagger will be made up. You see North Oconee in 8.
GAC's in the hunt. They're in lane 3. Wow.
GAC in 3, but look on the outside. Lane 7, Gordon Central. Lane 6, Putnam County. And lane 5, Lamar County. In the end, it's Lamar County, 42.26. Putnam County, 42.4. And Elbert County, who we thought was the favorite, 42.43.
Yeah, I was off on that one. I thought they were the heavy favorite coming into the race. Lamar County, it's about an hour kind of south-southwest of Atlanta. They've done a really good job with their sports program. They actually just hired Franklin Stevens, the football coach that came from Tucker, to go to Lamar County. Kind of an interesting job change there, but they're doing a lot of good things down there, and their athletics program has really picked up over the last 3 or 4 years. That was an impressive race by Lamar County.
It was, and in the end, your champions for 2012, the 4x1 Class 2A, Lamar County.
47-49. In 6th place, Meta at 44-51. In 5th place, Carroll County, 43-58. In 4th place, Mount Perrin Christian School, 43-22. In 3rd place, Hancock Central, time of 42-58. Your runner-up this year, from Valley, with a time of 52-54, 42-54. And the state champion, Seth Moore.
And you see the first medal ceremony of the day.
Joe Walker from Eagles Landing Christian.
Your first race, Eagles Landing Christian, the victors there. They'll be coming up on the first position.
The champions of Georgia Olympics 41.
So congratulations to all from Class A. Class 3A now, third race of the day. And your lane assignments here for the 4x1 once again.
Do not go down
LaGrange
the field unless
in lane
called
1.
to do so. That is a
Mary
restricted area.
Pearsons,
Thank you.
Persons that is, in lane 2. Carrollton's in lane 3. Monroe area comes in with a 41.67 in the prelims. Drew High School in lane 5. We have Shaw in 6. Burke County in 7. And rounding out the field, West Lawrence in 8.
Yeah, really intriguing matchup for Charles Drew. I talked to Jadarius West. He was first in the prelims of the 100 yesterday. Had to pull out in the 200. I don't know if he is racing today. If he's not, that's going to play a big factor. He's arguably the fastest person in the state. Running a 10.55 and a minus 1.0 headwind, which is flying. Running a 10.37 at the sectional, which is very fast. So if he's not running that anchor today, which I can't tell from here, it's going to make a big difference. But in the prelims, Monroe area, 41.6. Drew, 41.7. They're still going to be a contender. They have DeAndre McBride. He'll be in the 200 and the 400 today. So I have a lot of depth there, but I think that could be the difference. So Monroe area, and don't count Carrollton out either. Jonathan Jones, probably the best all-around hurdler in the state. Last year was a top 5 hurdler in the nation for all juniors, PR of 13.65. So don't count them out at all, Carrollton. Now, a lot of things could go, and this could be a place for Carrollton to pick up some points, who is the favorite coming into this meet.
And I was going to ask you about Carrollton. Obviously, they've won the last 2 titles, going for the three-peat. Last year, they just pretty much blew away the field. They scored 84 points. Next was Westover with 48. Talk about this program. 26 titles in the school history.
Yeah.
It just seems like a factory.
Man, it really is. When you look at the school PRs for only a AAA school, the long jumps 24.9 set by Reggie Brown, the hundreds and the 10.4s, 10.5s, the 4x1s, low 41s, the high jumps like 7.2, 7.1 or 7.2, triple jumps well over 50 feet, right at 51. It's just an incredible track program they have put together over the last few decades, and they've won so many state titles, and every year they put themselves in a great position because they bring so many athletes. They really focus hurdles, jumps, relays. That's kind of where they steal everything. That's been their tradition over the last few decades.
A well-rounded team that I believe they're competitive in 12 of the 16 events, which means when you get to a state level like this, there's studs out there.
Yep.
So that means you can score, and obviously if you're in the event, you will get at least 1 point, and you will score.
Yeah.
So here it is again, 3A, lane assignments. LaGrange, Mary Persons, Carrollton, Monroe area in 4, Drew in 5, Shaw, Burke County, and West Lawrence.
Set.
And again, Carrollton in 3, Monroe area in 4. They came in with the best time, 41.67.
And Charles Drew is out very fast. Not a very good exchange, though, for Charles Drew. Carrollton's coming up.
You see Carrollton in the black there. Second handoff. Good handoffs from all there. And look in lane 3. Carrollton, lane 4, Monroe area. It's a good final leg in the purple. Carrollton in 3, Monroe area in 4. And Monroe area pulls it out in the end, 41.86. Carrollton, 41.93. And Drew High School, 42.13.
Yeah, and I knew it would make a difference. I didn't see Jadarius West, and on that second leg, they had a pretty poor handoff, Charles Drew. They were the favorite coming in, but like I said, I did not see Jadarius. He could have been in that race, and I knew that would make a huge difference, but that was big points for Carrollton as well. I mean, that was huge. They over-exceeded expectations in that race.
A great final 100 meters, and your 3A champion, Monroe area.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up on the victory stand, the awards for Class 2A 4x100. In 8th place, the Westminster School. In 7th place, the team from Buford High School, the Wolves.
Pull all my connections.
Westminster ran a 48.15. Buford 43-41. In sixth place, with a time of 43-29, Gordon Central. In fifth place, with a time of 42-77, North Oconee. Greater Atlanta Christian finished fourth this year.
And you see a medal ceremony here. This is the Class 2A 4x1. Lamar County was the winner.
In 42-43. Silver medal this year goes to Putnam County.
You see Putnam County finished second.
And your state champion, Brandon Higdon, Lance Austin, Antoine Wallace, and Lawrence Austin from Lamar County, 42-26.
And Lamar County 42-26. Brandon Higdon and the fellows,
Georgia Olympics 2012.
as they're about to take their well-deserved place there on the winner's stand. Well done, fellas. Class 4A now, and your lane assignments. In lane 1, we'll have Morrow. Lane 2, Woodland of Cartersville. Lane 3, Upson Lee. Lane 4, Fayette County. Lane 5, Creekside. Lane 6, South Effingham. Lane 7, Statesboro. And in lane 8, rounding out the field, Hardaway.
Yeah, going to be a great race today. We have Creekside's going to be the favorite. They have run sub 41 this year, 40.96. As you know, Eric Berry was a graduate of Creekside. His brothers run on this 4x1 relay team. Elliot and Evan Berry. Evan Berry will be in the 100-meter final.
It's an impressive family.
It is, and they're both big-time football recruits as well. Yeah, 40.96 PR. They kind of split up their 4x1 the last few months, ran some of their alternates throughout the season. So I think today they've got their top four. We'll have a shot to see a sub 41 here, maybe 40.8, 40.9. The times have been a little slower today. The weather's a little cooler, a little windy. We'll see what they run, but don't count out Fayette County. Alex Phillips, who will be running the 100-meter final, will be in this heat as well.
Let me ask you this. You said 40.96 is their PR. Looking at their preliminary time, 42.2.
Yeah.
Were they mixing and matching? Were they not running their top four basically because they knew they were going to qualify with their 5 through 8 guys? Say?
I believe so. I believe they split that up a little bit. I don't know if they run. They usually split up Sidney Buchanan and Josh Holsey. They take them off, then they'll take a Berry brother off. But I think they did split that up on the first day, yesterday.
Because that's a big time difference. 40.96 compared to 42.2.
Yes.
A second and a half in one lap around the track in this relay. That's huge.
Yeah, and it was a slow day yesterday. No one even really got close to a low 41. But yeah, that's a big difference. And you know, they could have had poor handoff too yesterday.
And your lane assignments again: Morrow, Woodland, Cartersville, Upson Lee, Fayette County in 4, Creekside in 5, South Effingham in 6, Statesboro in 7, Hardaway in 8. Class 4A record 40.64, Miller Grove in 2009.
Set.
And another clean start. Upson Lee in 3, Fayette County in 4, and Creekside, your favorite, Matt Day,
out
in
well.
5.
Creekside's out extremely well. Good handoff. Wow. They are moving. Solid handoff on the third exchange for Creekside.
Final turn here, and then we'll have the anchor leg.
And they're coming down the home stretch. Creekside with a big lead.
You see Creekside, you called it, a good 4-meter advantage here in lane 3 is Upson Lee. And it is, in the end, Creekside with a winning time of 41.23, a full half-second ahead of Upson Lee at 41.73, and Fayette County pulls out 6 points with a 42.01.
Yeah, fast time, especially for today. Kind of cooler conditions, a little bit of swirling wind action. 41-23 is extremely fast, especially on a day like this. That could be the all-class winner for today. But look, 5A, they could push each other to an even faster time, maybe a sub 41.
So your winner here in 4A, as predicted by Matt Day, with the Berry Brothers, Creekside.
Coach to the control tent, please. Marion Persons, coach to the control tent. While the checks and boots will go ahead and remind you that Verizon is the official wireless solution provider of GHSA. Verizon Wireless is America's largest, most reliable high-speed wireless network. The GHSA track finals being broadcast live on GHSA TV today. You can order your DVDs at GHSA.tv. The coverage provided by Putnam Sports. Georgia Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance, the official awards presenter of the Georgia High School Association. Losses in every Georgia County, Farm Bureau is dedicated to serve you with multi-line insurance products. A host of other member benefits of the Farm Bureau helping you is what they do best. And you can become a fan of the Georgia High School Association on Facebook, facebook.com/official GHSA, and on Twitter at twitter.com/official GHSA to get the latest news, playoffs, state championship info, final scores, and media.
Yeah, I had my play off, but I saw it. I knew it. We need the Marion Persons coach to the control tent, please.
Class 5A action now. Your lane assignments. In 1, Shiloh. Lane 2, Mill Creek. Lane 3, ML King. Lane 4, Luella with a 41.58 in the prelims, tops in the group. Walton's in 5, Valdosta in 6, Hillgrove in 7, and Wheeler in 8.
ML King, Luella built a little rivalry there in the sectional. ML King actually beat Luella They went 41-20. Luella ran 41-21. Came down to the anchor leg between Tadashi Pender and Jordan Moore. Jordan Moore, who's the top hurdler in the nation, who we'll see later today. And Tadashi Pender, 10.5 flat 100-meter runner. So look for those guys. I look for them to get the baton in a close area, and it's going to come down, I think, to these two and whoever's got the fastest last leg. They got the baton at about the same time in the sectional, and I would say that Jordan Moore maybe gained a foot on Tadashi. I think so. I mean, they got it about the same time, and they won by about 6 inches. M.L. King did. So this is going to be a really interesting race to watch.
And you look overall in the standings, obviously the defending champions Peachtree Ridge beat Mill Creek last year by 16 points. They are not represented in here. And Brookwood, who's looking for their second title in the last 3 years, they also cannot pick up any points in this event.
They can't. And Brookwood has put together one of the top to bottom track programs in the entire state of Georgia, if not the nation. Their distance program is great. Their hurdles are great. And in recent years, they put together good relays, good sprints, field events, everything from shot put to pole vault to disc to the jumps. I mean, they just have a top to bottom program. They're good at everything. And
an outside shot maybe for Mill Creek, who finished second last year. You pick up as many points as you can here, and when all is said and done, that could be huge.
Yeah, exactly. It just comes down to where you finish. You know, that first place, second place, 10 and 8 points, those are huge. And Luella's going to be in the hunt today. They really are. They have a lot of top. They're not real deep, don't have a ton of competitors here, but with Tadashi Pender, who will place high, and this 4x1 team should place high along with the 4x4, they can pick up some big, important points.
And even if Brookwood isn't able to win another title, you know their rivalry with Parkview last year, the Broncos falling by a point as Parkview had 42 points, Brookwood with 41. Your lane assignments once again, Shiloh, Mill Creek, ML King, Luella in 4, Walton in 5, Valdosta in 6, Hillgrove in 7, and Wheeler in 8. Final race of the 4x100 melee. First 4, very solid, nothing too out of the norm. And right here, Matt, as you say, look at 3 and 4, ML King in 3. They come in with a 41.66 preliminaries. Luella in lane 4 with that 41.58.
And this is just a hard race to predict. There's so many variables with that. If one guy's not running well, exchanges aren't good, a lot of different variables, hard race to predict.
It's all about those handoffs. So crucial, so important. All 8 runners from those 2 teams, you know, are blazing fast.
Yes.
Set.
5th and final race, 4x1 for the 2012 GHSA State Championships.
ML King kind of made up the stagger a little bit there on Luella. Handoff about the same, about equal. They're about in the same spot right now. Luella pulling a little bit away, but we'll see what happens on the curve.
ML King again in 3, Luella in 4, Walton in 5.
This is going to be close.
Shiloh in 1, Mill Creek in 2. And look over at lane 4, Luella. And in the end, it is Luella. A blistering final 150 meters. Luella, 41.54. Walton, 41.77. And Valdosta, 41.91.
Yeah, the times, not quite as fast as we're used to seeing in the past, but definitely 41.5. I'd take that any day of the week. That was a great race. I thought it would come down to Luella and M.O. King. M.O. King actually got 3rd. Luella ran a strong race, great exchanges. Everybody, all 4 legs ran very well.
So your champion in the final 4x100 meter race. This was Class 5A. Congratulations, picking up 10 points to Luella.
We have 6 places. We had a couple of things that had to be sorted out of disqualification and did not finish. So in 6th place, in Class 3A, LaGrange, time of 43:30. In 5th place, it's Shaw, 42:73. West Lawrence finishes
Here's your podium for the 3A classification in the 4x1.
Reed, Quan Brooks, and Stanton Truitt, 41-86. Champions of the Class AAA.
And hopefully we'll get to see Jadarius West later in the day in the 100 final. Hope he's feeling better.
Indeed. And Monroe area there. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's have the competitors from 4A now. 4A. We need to see the Hillgrove coach to the control tent, please. All right, in 8th place in 4A. Relay team from Hardaway, 5602. In 7th place from Statesboro, 4215. In 6th place, Woodland Cartersville, 4243. Hardaway, Statesboro 7th, Woodland Cartersville 6th. 5th place is South Effingham, 4232. 4th place goes to Marlow High School, 4222. 3rd place.
You're watching your 4A podium right now.
This year's silver medalist from Upson Lee ran a 41.73. And the champion,
Upson Lee in 2nd place.
Evan Berry, Darrell Coleman, Elliott Berry from Creekside High School, 41.
And Creekside is your winner there.
The champions of Georgia Olympics 41.
And now to your boys 400-meter dash, Class A, your lane assignments. In 1, Tobias Trice from Central Talbotton. In lane 2, Delfeo Matthews from Our Lady of Mercy. Lane 3, Cole Warren from Wesleyan. Lane 4, Seth Moore from Eagles Landing Christian. In 5, DeMarcus Williams out of Turner County. Representing Claxton in 6, that's Tevin Valentine. Tracy Chick in 7 from Terrell County. And rounding out the field in lane 8, DeQuante Morris from Hancock Central.
Yeah, this is going to be a close race. You know, in the prelims, you had Seth Moore ran a pretty fast time for Class A, 49.59. Last year, we saw a 47.6 out of O'Neill Wanless in Class A, which is kind of out of the ordinary.
He was pretty good last year.
Yeah, he was pretty good. Yeah, 149 and a 47.6. Pretty good Class A runner. I would say Seth Moore is going to be the favorite here. These prelim times, not very misleading. I would look for definitely the middle of the track, 3, 4, and 5, with the favorite being Seth Moore with the 49.5 in the prelims.
And your Class A record back in 1991, so it stood up for a good 20-plus years now at Cardo Odom, 47.67. And your national record, Calvin Harrison, back in 1993. Just explain to me what running a 45.25 is like.
That's fast. I wish I could explain that to you, but I never ran close to that, even on a split for a 400.
I was going to say that wasn't your split. Going
Yeah, and I
mile,
was
no?
moving at the 400 at the start mark, so that's fast. But 47.67, Odom went on to play football at Ole Miss and ran a few relays at Ole Miss on the 4x4 as well.
So again, your lane assignments in 1, Trice, Matthews in 2, Warren's in 3, Moore in 4, the only one to go sub 50 in the prelims, Williams in 5, Valentine in 6, Chicks in 7, and Morris is in 8. Boys 400-meter dash, Class A. Trice in lane 1 not using the blocks. a good start. Nothing too much going on yet.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, you always have different strategies. Some guys go out hard. Some guys rely on that second 200. We'll just have to see. Looks like Seth Moore is kind of taking it out at a kind of sort of a pedestrian pace. We'll see what he does in this last
Tevin
200.
Valentine in 6, making up a stagger.
Yeah.
But he's way on the outside, so the inner lanes are going to make that back up on him. Final straightaway coming up. Lane 3, Cole Warren in white. Lane 4, Seth Moore. Cole Warren in 3, Seth Moore in 4. A two-person race. Lane 3, Cole Warren with a good final 100 meters. Wins in a time of 49.03, Moore 49.23. And it looks like Trice finishes up in 3rd. Matthews in 3rd at 50.9.
That was awesome. 49.03. You know, I picked Moore as the favorite, but I did say it would come out of 3, 4, and 5. Cole Warren ran a great race. That was a season best of 49.03. Season best by a pretty wide margin. He had run, I believe, in the high 49s as a personal best coming into this meet. 49.03, almost cracked in the 48s, and we'll start seeing the 48s and the 47s when we go through, and the 46s 2 through 5A.
Your winner, though, from Wesleyan in lane 3, that was Cole Warren.
In 6th place, from Wheeler, 42.47. Shiloh finishes 5th, 42.37. ML King in 4th place, 41.92.
Award ceremony here for 5A, your final 4x100 meter race. Remember, Luella took that one in from lane 4.
Your runners-up this year, Walton High School at 41.77. And your state champion.
See Walton, the runners-up.
In Class 5A from Luella, Ryan Walcott. Notice Washington, Brown Ball, defender, 41.54.
It starts with
And the winner's Luella, 41.54.
And I'll tell you what, Justin, that 5A 100-meter final is going to be so competitive. It's got Tyreek Hill, Tadashi Pender, who you just saw run the anchor leg, Demetrius Dugans. It's going to be fast.
We'll look forward to that. 400-meter dash first, though, Class 2A now. Lane 1, Brandon Higdon from Lamar County. In 2, that's Micah Abernathy from GAC. Keandre Wright from Greene County in 3. Jabrell Crawford from Putnam County in 4. Tolerance Shepard from Fitzgerald in 5. Kitaro Cade from Elbert County in 6. Representing Buford in 7, that's Thomas Wilson. And Tyshawn Mitchell from McIntosh County Academy in 8.
Yeah, this race is really intriguing. Mentioned Jabrell Crawford earlier, who ran the 4x1, ran a 47.91 in the prelims, which was a season best. We will see him later in the 800. Now, I'm curious to see if he goes all out in this, if he wants to save some energy later for the 800. We will have to see.
Well, this is a final.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
You've got to go all
gotta
out,
go
right?
all out.
There's
You
no
do.
saving anything in a final.
He's just the only thing as far as prelims go, he's kind of head and shoulders above the rest. You have some 49s in there, but a 47.9's fast. You could see a mid 47, 47.5 here in the AA 400-meter final, but 47.9 for prelims moving.
That is fast. You look at your Class 2A record set back in 1982, Antonio McKay, 46.98. So that's basically in the 47s. You had a team here in the prelims, or I should say you had Jabrell Crawford running the 47s.
Yeah, and Antonio McKay went on to set a world record actually indoors for the 400
was all right.
meters. He was pretty solid, ran some gold medal relay teams, was a great college runner and a great professional runner for USA track and field.
And again, the national record, Calvin Harrison, we mentioned that back in 93 with a 45.25.
Yes.
That record's probably all right today.
It is. The fastest time ever run in the history of the state of Georgia was 45.7, I believe. That just wasn't run at the state meet.
And there is a difference. If you don't run it at the state meet, you were telling me this earlier, it just doesn't count in terms of the record.
Yes, exactly. And it was run by D'Amico Goodman. And I believe he ran that at the Mobile Meet of Champions back like 6 or 7 years ago. So yeah, it would count. I don't know if it would even count. It just depends. When you look at these national records, a lot of it depends on what you're looking at. Some people, I've seen different national records in different publications. It just depends on what you want to consider the national record.
So it's a little deceiving in terms of what actually is a record. May not be a record.
Exactly.
It's just how it qualifies in terms of being a record.
Yeah, and a lot of these, like you see these records from like the early 90s and late 80s, there weren't win readings at high school meets. 400, it doesn't matter what the wind is. But yeah, 45-25 is fast regardless of when it was run. Some people consider national records not anything past the state meet. Some people say, okay, well, if it goes in, past the state meet to like Foot Locker or whatever, they'll still consider that a national record.
Don't you think they really should somehow make it uniform? Just make
Try
it one.
to.
Make it one, sort of like in baseball. Just have the pitcher hit or have the DH.
Yeah.
Let's just make it standard.
If it's
for all.
legal win and it's at a major meet, it should count.
Again, your lane assignments: 2A, Higdon, Abernathy, Wright, Crawford, Shepard, Cade, Wilson, and Mitchell. Best time coming in for the prelims. Lane 4, Jabril Crawford from Putnam County, 47.91.
Yeah, and he's taking it out pretty strong. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's holding anything back right here.
Great form.
Yeah.
The arms are up, the knees are up. See him in the red.
Looks very relaxed, and remember, he's got 800 strength, so this last 200, if he's got the lead, you can kind of put it in the bank, it seems like. You never know, but we will see.
200 meters to go, midway through the race. Jabril Crawford in 4. Very strong indeed. Look at him running away from the field. Jabril Crawford in 4. In lane 5, Tolerance Shepard from Fitzgerald. But in the end, wow. Jabril Crawford from Putnam County, 47.23. Shepard, 49.84. According to my math, that's 2.5 seconds. Right, with a 50.11. So it is, in the end, Jabril Crawford.
And Florida with that national record. I mean, that state record of Antonio McKay, 46.98, 47.23 from what he did throughout the duration of the season. I did not see that coming into the state meet. That shows me a whole lot, and it shows me he has plenty of speed to be an 800-meter runner, an elite 800-meter runner on the next level. Kind of comes from a program not necessarily known for their distance programs, but when he gets some college coaching underneath him, he can be a scary, scary prospect.
So your gut feeling now, that's going to be the best time of the day, you think?
I don't think so.
Maybe not?
I think you could see, I think you'll see 47s in this upcoming race in 3A. I think you'll see a potential 46 in 4A, and then another 46 in 5A. If not, 2 or 3 46s. Because Michael Newton's the fast. He's run 46.5 this year, 46.54. He's in 4A. He's going to be kind of running alone, but they're really going to push each other. A lot of low 47, high 46 guys in that 5A final.
I'll tell you, to win by 2.5 seconds in a 400 is extremely impressive. So congratulations there. Jabril Crawford picking up 10 points for Putnam County. Class 3A now in your lane assignments. In 1, Aaron Sibley from Stone Mountain. Wake Roberts in 2 from Oconee County. Representing Mary Persons, Devontae Penniman in 3. Tamarick Johnson in 4 from Stone Mountain. DeAndre McBride out of Drew High School in 5. Devin Diamond in 6 from Cross Creek. In 7, Nathaniel Johnson out of Woodward. And rounding out the field, Levante Reddick from Hepzibah in lane 8.
Coming into this race, the prelims were no different. Tamarick Johnson, DeAndre McBride, both runners have run in the low 48s. Coming into this season as season best. I look for them to push each other in those middle lanes. You could see another 47-second here in 3A.
That'll be interesting. I do expect a little more competition, though. I don't think we'll have a 2.5-second victory here.
Yes. But I'll tell you what, that was a Mary Persons with the 48.62 in Penniman. That's a pretty impressive prelim time as well. You never know what these guys are doing in prelims, but I definitely look for the winner to come out of either 4 or 5, and McBride out of Charles Drew or Tamarick Johnson out of Stone Mountain.
Your Class 3A record back in 2008, that was Christian Taylor with a 46.6.
Christian Taylor, probably the most well-rounded high school track athlete I think I've ever seen in person. Ran 46.6, long jump 25.6, triple jump 52.6. All were top 3 in the nation. And just won the world championships in the outdoor triple jump.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Your lane assignments again: Sibley, Roberts, Penniman in 3, Johnson in 4, McBride in 5, then Diamond, Johnson, and Reddick. You're looking 3A. Carrollton, they've won the last 2 titles.
Let's start. We're ready for Triple A.
One of the rare events here that Carrollton's not representing. Trojans also won back in 2002 and 2003. 26 titles in all for that Carrollton program. Interesting, though, not in this race.
Yeah, not in this race. And they've had some good 400-meter runners over the past.
Sibley, Roberts, Penniman, Johnson, McBride, Diamond, Johnson, and Reddick.
And DeAndre McBride, of course, trains with Jadarius West, who is one of the fastest guys in the state, so that's always a big advantage.
Tamarick Johnson in 4.
Yep.
You see in lane 2 there, Wake Roberts.
Tamarick Johnson has a nice build, looks nice and lean, long legs, looks really relaxed through the first 200.
Lane 2, Roberts running a hard first 200 meters.
Yes. Wow, I mean, he's going for it. Roberts is...
You see Roberts in lane 2, lane 4, Johnson. Johnson a couple of meters up in 4. Then in lane 5, McBride. But in the end, Tamarick Johnson, that's 10 points for Stone Mountain in a time of 47.54. McBride, 47.94. Diamond, 48.47.
Another impressive time, 2 in the 47s there in AAA. I look for much of the same in 4 and 5A.
So Tamarick Johnson from Stone Mountain, your winner in the Class 3A competition.
We need our winners from the 400-meter dash. Class AA.
It's interesting, Matt. I'll ask you this question. In the prelims, we've seen these times not come close to what we're seeing here in the actual final. But yet the winners have been sort of where they should be from lanes 3, 4, and 5. So it's almost the cream is rising to the crop. So the guys that do run the fastest in the prelims have been winning for the most part here in the finals.
Yeah, you're going to see that definitely from the 400 down. 800, like I said, not going to be nearly as important which lane assignment, just as long as you qualify. My sophomore year, I barely qualified. I had a stomach cramp and basically had to dive at the end, but I was better the next day and ended up winning, and I believe I was in like lane 7, which wasn't very significant at all in an 800. So, yeah, the cream of the crop, these guys, you could see there was definitely the top 2 in that race and then kind of everybody else. So they kind of still had the fastest time in the prelims without even really pushing it.
And Wake Roberts took it out hard. It was a strategy for sure, and he just came up a little short, finishing, I believe, 4th. But it was a fast first 300 meters.
50.69. Thomas Wilson from Butte. He is in 5th place. Time of 50.66. Micah Abernathy from Greater Atlanta Christian. Finishes 4th with a 50.43. DeAndre Wright from Greene County finishes 3rd with a 50.11. Fitzgerald, Colin Shepard is the runner-up, 49.84, with a fine time of 47.
And you see Class 2A here. It's Jabril Crawford, the victor, in the red.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Champions of Georgia Lemons.
Class 4A now in your lane assignments. JT Blassingame from Mays in lane 1. Ryan Clark out of Banneker in 2. Sidney Buchanan from Creekside in 3. The only man to go sub 48 in the prelims, Michael Newton in lane 4 from Sprayberry. Trevor Schuler in 5 from Jones County. Representing Northside Columbus, Ventavious Sears in 6. Dontavius Wright from Salem in 7. And Adolphus Gray out of Morrow in lane 8. What do we have here, Matt?
I'll tell you what, Adolphus Gray, he's a low 47 guy, kind of coming in, been a little injured lately. Do not count him out in lane 8. He could finish, he could finish second, I would say. I don't think anyone's going to beat Michael Newton. 46.5 coming into this race. On the inside of him, he'll have Sidney Buchanan, low 48 guy from Creekside. You could see him going the 47s, Buchanan. You could also see Schuler going the 47s along with Adolphus Gray in lane 8 going to the 47s. But I think Michael Newton, if this race is run correctly, he could run in the mid 46 range. Very fast. 46.5 coming into this meet as a PR, and that's a top 5 time in the nation.
And your Class 4A record then, 46.67 back in 1994 from Milton Campbell. So you're saying we have a chance?
Yeah, and breaking that record will be huge. Milton Campbell won the ACC several times, ran professionally, ran on a lot of world championship team 4x400. So breaking that record will be a huge thing. I think he has a shot if it's run the way I think it could be. The sun's starting to come out a little bit. It's heating up a little bit. And this could be a really fast time. Looking at the first two, especially in AA, the 47.2 out of AA, kind of lets you know maybe the conditions are getting a little better and you could see some faster times.
And Cedar Shoals, by the way, the last 4A team to win back-to-back titles. They did it in 2002, 2003. Clark Central, the defending champion. Remember, they had 36 points last year. Alcovy, they nipped them. They had 33. Kell with 32. So the 4A competition open. You have Sprayberry in the mix, possibly. Some points here. Michael Newton, if he can pick them up, you never know. A championship could be won right here in the next minute from this race.
You're exactly right. And you mentioned Cedar Shoals. At one time, Cedar Shoals had the national record for the high jump. Dothel Edwards, back in the early 80s, high jump 7.5 1/4. It was the national record for at least 20 years. A lot of good track has come out of Clark Central and Cedar Shoals. But back to Michael Newton, he could push for it. It just depends on how the race goes. He could run sub 46.5 for all I know. Just depends on how he gets pushed and who's with him at the 250 to 300 mark.
Right. How much energy does he want to put into this year early in the meet if he feels he has this in hand?
And he'll be in the 200 later, a highly competitive 200 in 4A.
So if he does have a good 4, 5, 6 meter lead towards the end, maybe he'll reel it in a little bit.
Maybe so. You never know.
Here is your correct order of finish from Luella. They are still the champions, but it was Trey Bonner, Otis Washington, Ralph Rawls, and Tadashi Pender.
Again, your lane assignments here for 4A.
Second,
Blassingame in 1, Clark in 2,
ML King 4,
Buchanan in 3,
Mill Creek 5th,
the man to watch, Newton in 4,
and Wheeler
then Schuler, Sears, Wright, and Adolphus Gray.
And another interesting story in this race, Ryan Clark out of Banneker, PR of 47.5. He's only a freshman. He is a freshman and he has run 47.5 this year. And I'm pretty sure he will be in the 200 meter final later today as well. But 47.5 for a freshman is just absolutely smoking. And he'll be in lane 7 in the 200 later today. So
What a great experience. To come here as a freshman, you have to think he'll be here for the next 3 years as well.
47.5. I mean, he'll be, you know, if he projects to do what he's doing, what he's already done, I mean, he'll be one of the top 5 400 meter runners in the nation, just depending on health.
And this year they changed the qualifier. We were talking about that earlier. It's a little bit of a different system, and in the end, it appears more quality to this meet. Just going to explain it.
Yeah, before the system was always top 2 in region, would go to represent state, then you would run prelims, you would have 8 regions, 16 competitors. You would take the top 8 out of the 16. That would be your final races for the 8 lanes. Now what they do is they still bring 16. You still have prelims, but you prevent the watered down effect because you have sectionals. So the top 4 go from each region. So some kids came out of really strong regions that were 3rd and 4th in their region and could have finished top 10 in state or top 8 in state. So that's just made it more competitive. So now the preliminaries are much more competitive and less watered down.
So you really have the best of the best, because you can be the best in a watered down sectional or region, I should say, and you may not get here, or before, if you were the best, you're automatically here.
Yeah, I've seen a 3rd place region finisher that would have finished 3rd in state before. And
Class
in the old
4A.
I'm really curious to watch this race. Lane 2, Ryan Clark. Curious to see what he does as a freshman. And Michael Newton, lane 4. I just cannot wait to see what he runs.
Newton running free and easy right now. Just looks real comfortable. not exerting a lot of effort there in lane 4. You see him made up that stagger on Trevor Schuler.
Went out in the mid-22 range. We could see low 47, high 46.
Lane 4, Michael Newton. It's his race right now, 100 meters to go. Lane 3, you see Sidney Buchanan.
Clark.
Lane 4, Michael Newton. How much does he want to exert right here?
Wow.
Michael Newton, your winner, 46.62. And that best the previous Class 4A time of Milton Campbell's 46.67. Second place Clark in that 47.67, and Buchanan 47.93.
That is a very fast time, and we talked about Ryan Clark actually got second in that race. A freshman ran in the mid-47s as a freshman. Did that again, had done that earlier in the year. But the 46.62, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think he took out that first 200 a little slow. I think he could have run a low 46.
Very easy and comfortable looking. But again, your goal is not, and correct me if I'm wrong, your goal is not really having to get a record when you have another race to come.
Exactly.
If he didn't have that other race, he could go for it.
Sure.
But he did his job right here.
Yeah.
He even broke the state record. But I think you're right. I think he could have even done better than that 46.62.
I think had he taken it outright, I think he led up for about 250. He kicked it out. You could have seen like a 46.1, 46.2 in that race. But hey, 46.6. That's still a top 5 time in the nation. I'll take it.
It's pretty fast.
Yeah, pretty fast.
You see there the 3A on the podium, getting their awards. Good stuff. Tamara Johnson from Stone Mountain, your winner. A couple of runners from Stone Mountain as Aaron Sibley joins Johnson on the podium. Final 400-meter race now. Your 5A lane assignments, and 1 from Luella. That's Trey Bonner. Lane 2, Julian Lavender out of Harrison. Obos Ikpafan from Roswell in 3. Martez Hester representing North Cobb in 4. From Lassiter, Alexander Reese in 5. Mark Watts from South Gwinnett in 6. You see Zach Davis there from Mill Creek in 7. And Paris Carson out of Wheeler in lane 8.
This is another race. I mean, the majority of the runners in this event have run sub 48. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sub 48s, and then you have a 46.93, and he ran that at the sectionals, Martez Hester. So 46.93 coming out of lane 4. But what's intriguing is lane 5, Alexander Reese is the returning state champion, and he won the 200 also last year. So he was a double guy. So he has the experience, and he's a senior coming into this race. So the experience is going to be out of lane 5, and the top time is going to be out of lane 4. You got Paris Carson, who's run 47.54, but he's in lane 8 in this race. But with all of that said, I see a fast time. You have a lot of speed through 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you got another fast guy out in lane 8. So psychologically, I think you're going to see some guys take it out really fast, and I think we could see another 46-second range 400.
You just mentioned experience. You've been through this a couple of years. How important is it for these kids to have that experience?
It's so important, especially at the state meet level, and especially in a 400-meter race like this. You got to know, you got to take it out just so hard in order to give yourself a chance to win. Sometimes you'll see guys that won't take it out hard, but like guys like lane 5, Alexander Reese, guys like him, you're not going to see him make a mistake. You might, but the chances of it are slim to none. Experience is very important here at the state meet.
Lane assignments: Bonner, Lavender, Ikpafan, Hester, Reese, Watts, Davis, and Carson. In lane 5, Alexander Reese from Lassiter. Let's keep our eye on him.
And he has taken it out. I mean, he came
Yes, he
here
is.
to win this. The returning champ, he doesn't want to give that up.
He's made up that stagger in the first 100 meters.
And you see Martez Hester there in lane 4, just a big-bodied guy, kind of built for the 400 meters.
Obos Ikbafan in 3.
And Hester is coming on late. I mean, just got that late speed, so much leg to his body.
You see lane 4, Martez Hester. Lane 5, Alexander Reese. Look at Hester, looking great. Final 10 meters to go from lane 4. Martez Hester, your winner, in a time of 47.26. Reese, who took it out strong, 47.92, and Ikbafan, 48.31.
Yeah, that was a tremendous race. And Hester, we talked about it again. Had he taken out a little faster, I think he would have run in the 46s, but he won, so all of that is irrelevant. 47.26, great time for any time of year. That was an excellent race, 47.2. Great race, and it was a great strategical race. He kind of knew that he could do that, obviously, and that's what he did. He had that late push, and no one could hang with him. A lot of strength, and he's relatively new to the 400, so there's no telling what he can do on the next level.
So 5 great 400-meter races in 5A. Your final champion here from North Cobb, Martez Hester.
Hey, can you get Corey to come by me over here and pick up battery so we can charge it? Steph? Steph?
So you're gonna try to get like right here?
Okay, tell Corey to come by Andy over here and pick up the battery so we can charge it.
Hey, one of my kids was shallow, is gone. 3 of them are here, one of them left. Take what you got there. The kids are going down there.
This is the final call for 100-meter dash. Final call for the 100-meter dash.
Yeah, even if it's...
Okay, cool. You mean for the 100 for these warm-ups? Yeah, they get like, 2, I'd say. I mean, I wouldn't get ready until the season started. Walking over there, we're getting like into some kind of position. You know what I'm saying? And Jadarius was just texting me. Yeah, he said he's just gonna have to get fast. So, I'm sure I'll still see it.
Because that's about as far away as I can get right now. Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, totally. We're good. Yeah.
watching your 400-meter dash Class 4A medal ceremony. The winner, Michael Newton from Sprayberry.
In fourth place, the Northside Columbus, 48-14. Here's the top three. Bronze medal goes to Sydney Buchanan, Creekside, 47-93. Second place, from Banneker, Ryan Clark, 47-67. And with a new state record from Springer, Michael Newton, 46-62. That breaks the record at 18 years old.
This is 100, right?
Gentlemen, congratulations, folks. Champions. Georgia Olympics. Michael, you don't walk too far away now. All right, Friday, on victory stand. From Louisville, Trey Bonner, 29-11. Trey in 8. 7th place goes to Zach Davidson, Bill Creek, 48-82. 6th place to Paris Carson, Wheeler, 48-62. 5th place to Harrison, Julian Glavin, 48-61. 4th place, Mark Locke, South Gwinnett, Thomas, 48-45.
Your 5A awards here in the boys 400-meter dash. Martez Hester from North Cobb, your winner.
Runner-up this year, Alexander Reese, 47-92.
Alexander Reese, your runner-up.
And from North Cobb, your champion, Martez Hester, 47-26.
And here is Martez Hester.
All right, let's bring Michael Newton back. Michael, where are you? Sprayberry. Folks, he's been a 400-meter champion. He's been the best overall.
Boys 100-meter dash now. First up, Class A and your lane assignments.
Now as a senior,
Timothy Holland in 1 from Eagles Landing Christian.
best performance repeat.
Lane 2, Casey Adams from Hancock Central. Mauricio Askew representing Bowden in lane 3. Jordan Sarter from Our Lady of Mercy in 4. Jalen Myrick from Savannah Christian in 5. Wayne Johnson, you see him in 6 from Marion County. And from Terrell County, representing lane 7 and 8, Jacurius Scott in 7. And Bernard Lumpkin in 8.
Very intriguing matchup here in Class A. We could see in the 10-5 range. Mariko Askew has run 10-4-9 this year. He's going to go to GMC Junior College. He will be a big-time prospect in football in a few years. Jordan Sarter, he signed with Navy, a football player. He has the experience in this race. And Jalen Myrick is a junior from Savannah Christian. He will also be a big-time cornerback, sort of all-purpose offensive player athlete next year. So definitely, I would be shocked if the winner did not come out of 3, 4, or 5. The two upside guys are going to be Askew and Myrick. The guy with the experience is going to be Jordan Sarter. He finished second in the 100 last year, won the 200 in Class A. So really, it's going to be a great matchup. I'm curious to see what they run in this race.
And the record since 1985, so that's 27 or so years, 10.6 by Nelson Bennett and Alfred Rawls. And you just predicted possibly a 10-5. So this could be a blazing Class A race. Again, your lane assignments: Holland, Adams, Askew, Sarter in 4, Myrick in 5, Johnson, Scott, and Lumpkin. You look at lanes 7 and 8, Matt. Terrell County, A lot of points potentially out there
Yeah.
with Scott and Lumpkin.
Yeah, when you have, it's such an advantage to have two runners in one race. You've seen Carrollton do that a lot over the years. When I was at Landmark, you saw a lot of that with the mile, 800, 2 mile. Such an advantage. You can pick up a lot of points.
And the Green Wave, best team in years. Class A, 100 meters. Lane 3, Askew. Lane 5, Myrick. Lane 3, it is Mauricio Askew from Bowden. 10.55. That sets a new Class A record. Myrick 10.69. Sarter 10.85.
Wow, and he almost hit his season best in PR. 10.55 in Class A is just flying. That's a small Class A public school out in West Georgia. 10.55. It kind of went how I thought it would be. He was my early race favorite, had the fastest time coming in. Sarter had the experience. He hung on. From 40 on, Sarter stayed the same distance. He was just so quick out of the blocks. And like I said, Askew's going to be kind of an all-purpose back. He had a lot of big schools looking at him. He'll go to GMC next year, and look for him year after next or the 2 years from now to be a big-time football prospect, to sign with a big-time SEC school.
It's tough to say a 100-meter race was dominated, but that was a wire-to-wire
Wow.
victory for Mauricio Askew, setting a new Class A record, 10.55 out of Bowden.
That's just amazing. And last year we saw Justin Scott Wesley, who ran 10.35 in AA his junior year, then came up. Then they went down to Class A the next year, and I was thinking he might duplicate that. I think he was kind of ready for football last year. He was about 230. I don't know if you remember seeing
In the
it.
tights, yes,
He was
I
still
do.
shredded, but he was huge. And in any event, I thought he was going to kind of do what Askew just did in Class A. But 10.55 in Class A, you're just not going to see that in many other states nationally. Our Class A is so strong in Georgia, and you're going to see a fast time in the 200 as well.
To the Class 2A, and the record, you just mentioned it, 2010, Justin Scott Wesley with that 10.35. Your lane assignments in lane 1 from Northeast Macon, Perfect Robinson. Out of GAC, Lavondre Nelson in lane 2. Chris Jones in lane 3 from Brooks County. Marquise Dye out of Elbert County in 4. Rico Johnson from Swainsboro High School in 5. Ugana Acko from North Oconee in 6. Carl Buckner from Putnam County in 7. And rounding out the field, representing Jeff Davis, that's LJ Stiegel in 8.
Like we say, many more times than not, you're going to see more depth the more you move up. Not quite as much depth, especially on the top end here in AA. Still some really strong competitors. Again, just like every other race, or just about every other race, I think your top guys are going to be 4 in Dye, and then 5 in Rico Johnson. Dye out of Elbert County, who's pushing for that AA title, really important points. Rico Johnson out of Swainsboro, down 16 going towards Savannah. So I think it's going to come out of 4 and 5. But with that 10.55, a lot of these guys get fired up when they see fast times, and they're ready to go. So we will see what kind of time these guys put in, but I look for definitely the favorites out of 4 and 5 in this race in Marquise Dye and Rico Johnson.
So you're saying out of lane 1, Perfect Robinson will need to run a perfect race to win?
He will. And you know what? Perfect's he's been on the scene for a long time. He's had a really successful career down there at Northeast Macon. I see his name on a lot of results. He's in the top 3 in a lot of different things. But yeah, doesn't really have the time coming in, and he's in lane 1. It's such an advantage in every race to be in the middle of the track and any of the sprints or the hurdles.
And you see Perfect right there, a well-built individual.
Yeah. And the only time I've ever seen anyone win a major race out of lane 1 at any level has been Angelo Taylor. In 2000, he's a Georgia native, won the 400 hurdles, Olympic gold out of lane 1. You might not ever see that again. It was just an incredible race.
It's interesting when the whole race is a straightaway to be at such a disadvantage, because the statistic you just said is a disadvantage, it appears, where it wouldn't seem as likely. Maybe around a curve you want the 2 guys on the inside to be in that lane 4 or 5.
Sure.
I would think on a straightaway it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but the stats speak for themselves.
They do. The middle lane races, and part of the reason why the stats speak for themselves, because the fastest guys from the prelims are in the middle, so it's kind of a loaded stat a little bit.
Exactly. Again, Robinson, Nelson, Jones, Dye, Ford, Johnson, Acko, Buckner, and Stiegel. And there is the first double gun of the day. Not a good sign.
And we will see at the high school level, any false start, that runner is going to be disqualified at that point. It's not like at the professional level where you'll see the second person who has the false start after the first false start is disqualified from that point. So in high school, whoever false started will be DQ'd, and that's just kind of, unfortunate at this level. And, you can compete for a state title, but hey, it's just part of track, and it happens all the time.
As long as it's a level playing field.
And in this race, the start is so important that you're going to see false starts in this race more than any race in all of track. I mean, you're going to see twice as many false starts in the 100 meters than you're going to see of any other race. So it's really important to get out of the blocks quickly in this event.
I don't want to jump the gun. Did they call it a false start? No, there's no false start here.
No false start. Wow.
Okay. So that's good news. So all 8 competitors, again, that's Robinson, Nelson, Jones, Dye, Johnson, Acko, Buckner, and Stiegel.
Well, speaking of jumping the gun, that's exactly what I just did.
Well,
yeah,
it's,
no false
no.
start.
It's more times than not, somebody will be accountable for that. But it's good when it's not.
Yeah, it's good. We'll get to see all 8 competitors and get to see a nice, clean race, hopefully.
And again, Justin Scott Wesley, 2010 ran that 10.35. That is your 2A record.
And second in that race was Sonorise Perry. He ran like low 10.5s in that race, and he ended up signing as a receiver with Louisville. Huge upside. He'll be a name you'll hear in the Louisville football program for years to come, for the next 2 or 3 years.
Just like Harry Douglas, former Falcon.
And Georgia native, Harry Douglas as well, Louisville.
Maybe not an accident.
Maybe not.
And a good start. Looking lane 5, Rico Johnson. This is a good finish. Rico Johnson in 5, maybe stretched a little early. It is, though, in the end, Rico Johnson 11.05, Dye at 11.06, Nelson at 11.10, and he just stretched in time, almost early. But Rico Johnson from Swainsboro, your winner.
Yeah, that was a great race, and I would be willing to bet a lot that was into a headwind. That was 11.05. Definitely, I would guess that was plus 1.0, a minus 1.0 headwind. That was still a great time, though, at 11.05. And, came out of the middle lanes, and that's usually where you're going to look in these 100-meter finals.
Now, Rico Johnson had a better time in the prelims with that 10.91. Marquise Dye also came in with a 10.91. So more than likely, you're right. The wind was going against them.
Yeah, and I can feel it coming this direction. And that will definitely affect the 100-meter times.
Third place, George Scarpello, Valley University, 10.85. In second place, Jalen Monner, Savannah Christian, 10.69. And our new state champion and new state record holder, beating a 27-year-old record.
You see right here, Class A, Mauricio Askew with a new Class A record, which held since 1985. Askew from Bowden with a 10.55. You see him there, above the 1. Congratulations, Mauricio.
And I'll tell you what, his form could improve. I mean, it lets you know how fast he is naturally, because his form could improve to be a pretty good bit better. There's no telling what he can run if he sticks with the track and gets that form down a little better. We're looking at 10.2s, 10.1s, because he was a little bit all over the place, and which is even that much more amazing that he ran 10.55. Just an incredible race and a state record that held for over 20 years.
That's the amazing part of it. You have a record that held for a good 27 years.
Yeah.
You know you did something right in this race today.
Exactly.
Mauricio Askew. Moving forward to 3A now in your lane assignments, and 1 Stanton Truitt out of Monroe area. Brandon Thompson from Chestatee. Devon Lewis from Sandy Creek, representing Drew High School. Matt, you've spoken about Jadarius West. He'll be in 4. Nick Davis, in 5 from Mary Persons. Timothy Barnes in 6 from Drew High School. They're represented twice. Monroe area with its second runner in Class 3A here. Quan Brooks in 7. Gray Quiller out of Grady in 8.
And speaking of Jadarius West, he just texted me. I wrote articles on him when I was with Scout.com. He said he's just going to try to pick up points in this race. He could finish last, just wants to come in for the team. With that in mind, because I think if he was healthy, like I said, he ran 10.37 at sectionals. We'd see a 10.3, 10.4. But the favorite now is going to be probably Devon Lewis, another kid from the south end of town, Sandy Creek High School. You also have Nick Davis in lane 5 at 10.83. But my heavy favorite in this race is going to be Devon Lewis out of Sandy Creek in lane 3.
Now, when you say West may not go all out, you know from being a runner, you get your adrenaline. You're in a final. Would it shock you if he reverses course, he goes all out, and all of a sudden you see him in the top 3? Or
We'll
is
have
he just
to
too
see.
banged
He
up?
said he just wanted to pick up points. He said, I'm probably going to finish last. That's what he sent in the text, so we'll just have to see.
Truitt, Thompson, Lewis, West, Davis, Barnes, Brooks, and Quiller.
And then
And you see right there, Jadarius West did exactly as you said. Lane 3 here, Devon Lewis. Devon Lewis in 3. And it is Devon Lewis in lane 3 in a time of 10.79. Thompson 10.89. And Truitt finishing at 10.97.
He does a great job. You see Jadarius West coming in. He did exactly what he sent me in the text. Just wanted to pick up that 1 point for the team. That's a lot of effort, a lot of courage. He had to drop out of the 200 yesterday after running a 10.55 into a minus 1.0 headwind, which is flying. So unfortunate to see that, but nonetheless a great race by Devon Lewis out of Sandy Creek. Ran 10.79. I could tell that was definitely in a headwind. So we're running some fast times and some headwinds today. Very impressive. And I'll tell you what, this 4A, you might not see the most incredible time, but it's going to be very close and headed by one of the Berry brothers.
And we will get to that in a moment. You see there your final times. Devon Lewis from Sandy Creek with a 10.79. You see here your 2A medal ceremony. Marquise Dye from Elbert County in 2nd. Will be coming to the podium. And Rico Johnson from Swainsboro with that 11.05. Congratulations, fellows. Class 2A. Moving to the Class 4A now in your lane assignments in 1, Kamoy Thomas from Rockdale County. Evan Berry out of Creekside in lane 2. Quenshawn Watson from Clark Central in 3. Alex Phillips from Fayette County in 4. Representing South Effingham, that's Josh Mercer in 5. Avery Sweeting from Brunswick in 6. Eskiel Lee from Miller Grove in 7. And you see there out of Kell, Brendan Langley in lane 8.
I'll tell you what, Justin, a lot of big names, a lot of experience in this race. You got Evan Berry, the younger brother of Eric Berry for the Kansas City Chiefs in lane 2. He's got a PR this year of 10.65. The fastest PR is a 10.58, and Alex Phillips out of Fayette County, also on the south end. The experience is going to come out of Quinshawn Watson. He signed with Tennessee as a running back, University of Tennessee. I think they kind of stole him. And then Josh Mercer is a junior. He has Florida offers, big-time offers in football. And Avery Sweeting is another kid to look for out of lane 6 from Brunswick on the Georgia coast.
4A record, 10.33, 2008, D'Angelo Cherry. Lane assignments, Thomas, Berry, Watson, Phillips, Mercer, Sweeting, Lee, and Langley.
And D'Angelo Cherry went on to run a 10.20 legal win after the season. Very fast kid.
And a good even start. Looking lane 3, Quinshawn Watson. Watson in 3. And in the end, from Clark Central, Quinshawn Watson with a 10.54. Phillips 10.66 as he nips Berry with that 10.67.
That was an awesome race. Like I said, coming into the race, he had the experience coming into the race, and I thought he might be one of the favorites for sure. That's a very fast time. I just checked some of the previous times. The Mariko Askew, he ran the 10.55 and a minus 1.4 headwind. So I'm assuming all these races are going to be in a headwind, but 10.55 that he just ran, or 10.54, was flying. A lot of experience, and you'll see Quinshawn Watson and Berry later in the 200 today. Going to be a great matchup.
And as you said, Watson, a future volunteer, so it'll be exciting to watch him.
Yes.
He is your 4A winner with that 10.54. How much can a wind switch here, Matt? Can it all of a sudden do a reverse course, or more than likely we're looking at a headwind for the majority of the day?
Yeah, usually you're going to see that same wind coming out. Today I think it's coming from the south and the southeast, which that's facing north. So if it's coming from the south and southeast, it's going to be in your face. Sometimes you'll see a little bit of a switcheroo on the wind, but generally it's going to be that direction throughout the day. And for example, I said the 11.05 and AA, that was a minus 2.1 meters per second headwind, a larger headwind than even in Class A. So usually you can tell by the times, because I've seen these guys run all year. So when I see an 11.05 at a AA, usually I'm going to think headwind. And it was minus 2.1, significant headwind.
You're getting some good smoke signals from an official down there, right? That's how you're getting all these headwinds?
Yes, check it. Yes, exactly. Good old live results.
Modern technology.
Yes.
I'll be there someday. Congratulations there to all the winners on the podium. Final 100-meter dash. Class 5A, Andrew Johnson from Windsor Forest in lane 1. Amba Etta Tawo from McEachern in 2. Tadashi Pinder from Luella in 3. Tyreek Hill out of Coffee County in 4. Representing Hillgrove in 5, Demetrius Duggins. Edric Gibson from Valdosta in 6. Micah Reed from Parkview in 7. And rounding out the field from South Cobb, that's Chris Beck in lane 8.
This race could be the race of the day. I'm going to give you the top times coming into this race throughout the season. Tyreek Hill, 10.32, ran that at sectionals. Ran that into a slight headwind, actually. Tadashi Pinder, 10.51 in lane 3. Lane 6, Edric Gibson out of Valdosta, 10.52. Lane 2, Etta Tawo, 10.53. Demetrius Dugan's lane 5, 10.54. It's going to be a fast race. I am so curious to see what they run and what this final time is going to be. If the wind is just barely a headwind, we could see 10.3s, 10.4 range.
And the Class 5A record 10.41 set in 2000 by Ahmad Carroll,
who went on to
football player.
Yep, went on to get drafted by the Green Bay Packers first round.
Indeed. 10.15 back in 1990, your national record. Johnson, Editawo, Pinder, Hill, Duggins, Gibson, Reed, and Beck. Class 5A, final 100-meter race. Lane 4, Hill.
Wow.
Tyreek Hill from Coffee County, blistering the field.
Wow.
Tyreek Hill in a 10.44. Your winner for the Class 5A.
That was amazing. 10.44. I'm going to go ahead and say that was into a headwind, which is unbelievable. Pender 10.70. I knew that race was so intriguing right out of the gates.
And Duggins with a 10.7.
You had so many 10.5s there fighting for that second spot, you know. So 10.44 and that kind of headwind, that is unbelievable. Almost set the 5A state record set by Ahmad Carroll, of course. 10.44 is a fast time. That's a top 10 time in the nation. Incredible, regardless of wind conditions. And like I said, his PR was 10.32 coming in. Didn't miss that by much. And we will see him later today. Yesterday, he ran a 21.05 into a minus 1.9 headwind, which is unbelievable. For everything I heard, he held up a little bit. So get ready for a fast 5A 200 as well.
So once again, your winner here in the boys 100-meter dash Class 5A, Tyreek Hill from Coffee County with a 10.44. Congratulations to all 100-meter participants. 5 more great races here in 2012. And now to your boys 110-meter hurdles, Class A first, your lane assignments. In lane 1, Grayson Bargeron from First Presbyterian. Lane 2, Cameron Gibson out of Darlington. Lane 3 from Landmark Christian, that's Darius Smith. Jabari Wilson in 4 out of Warren County. Kenny Selman from Pace in lane 5. Christian Moores in 6 from First Presbyterian, they're represented twice. Ty Ward out of Bremen in lane 7. And from Pelham, rounding out the field in lane 8, that's Marquise Copeland.
Yeah, you can see from the prelims, 14.63. That was a season best for Jabari Wilson out of Warren County. That's a fast time, pretty much for any classification, especially for Class A. And we'll see him later today in the 300 hurdles. We'll also see Darius Smith of Landmark, my alma mater. We'll see him later today in the 300 hurdles. But I think this race is kind of Jabari Wilson's race to lose. It's kind of a big differential there between the first and second qualifier here for the final.
And again, your lane assignments, Bargeron, Gibson, Smith, Jabari Wilson in 4. Selman, Moore, Ward, and Copeland. And you see Wilson in 4. Very smooth thus far.
Yeah, good technique.
Wilson in 4. It's his race. Jabari Wilson from Warren County, dominating the race in a time of 14.38. Moore, 15.28. Selman, 15.42.
And I'll tell you what, even for the higher classifications, 4.38 is a really solid time, and especially at the Class A level. You see 14.23 set by Eddie Johnson back in '86, only 15/100ths off, and again, that was probably into a headwind.
Sure.
So that was impressive, very impressive time, 14.38. He PR'd in the prelims, and then he PR'd here today in the finals, topping his time from the prelims by over 0.2 of a second. So he's kind of in the zone right now. Be interested to see what he does in the 300 hurdles later against Darius Smith, who had the fastest time from Landmark in the 300s.
So Jabari Wilson going away takes your Class A race. See on the medal stand there, 100-meter dash, 5A. 10.44, Tyreek Hill from Coffee County.
And that was in a minus 0.07 headwind, a slight headwind. That is a very fast. Any kind of headwind to go sub 10.5 is impressive. 10.44, he's had a great season, and I believe he is signed in JUCO. He could be another kid to look for in the next year or two. He plays football, huge upside on him.
That's a great picture right there. The champion.
Now I believe we're going to see the
Class 2A now. Your lane assignments. Lane 1, Keith Fightmaster out of Calhoun. From Laney in lane 2, that's Therius Pryor. Lane 3, Terrius Derishaw from Brooks County. Marquise Dyes in 4, representing Elbert County. Will Patterson in 5 from Fadden County. Andrew Slayton in lane 6 from Calhoun. Kendrick Presley from Oglethorpe County in 7. And rounding out the field, lane 8, that's Johan Reynolds from Jackson County.
Another great race. You're going to see a lot of close times in the prelims. 15.14, 15.28, 15.23, and another 15.28. My race favorite is going to be the person who had the fastest time in the prelims, 15.14. He's been running the hurdles for several years now. I could see him cracking into the 14s in this race. Marquise Dye is my favorite in this race. But I tell you what, the prelim times are so close. This race could go either way. This is a very difficult one to predict.
And you talk about the prelim times. 15.14, Marquise Dye. That's the fastest. The slowest, 15.65.
Yes.
So you're only talking about half a second. So if we're going to have a first race today where almost anything can happen. This may be that.
Which over the 110 hurdles, we talked about this last week, half a second really isn't humongous because so many mistakes can be made between hurdles, which can make up a quarter or 3/10 of a second. So half a second, if you get all your technique right, you can PR by like a tenth or two or even 3/10 in this kind of race in the 110s.
Sure. Again, your lane assignments: Fightmaster, Pryor, Derrishaw, Dye in 4, Patterson, Slayton, Presley, and Reynolds. Elbert County are defending champs here for 2A. Dye could help out with that for a repeat there in lane 4 if he could pull off 10 more points. Very interesting. Derrishaw in 3, not in blocks.
Yeah.
And he slipped a little bit out of that. Dye in 4. Look in 6. We have Slayton. Slayton's in 6. Dye in the white in 4. And it is in the end from Elbert County. Marquise Dye picking up 10 points with a 14.55. Slayton 14.58. Patterson 14.93.
And just looking at Dye's career, I had seen him run in the 14s last season. I was predicting he would run in the 14s like I did in the pre-race. He did 14.55, very solid time, very good time in AA. Yeah, and won it. You know, it came down to the end, but I think that foot speed over that last hurdle was there, and he's a very fast kid. So 14.55, great time. It was a great run by Marquise Dye.
Andrew Slayton was there. He had the lead with about 25 meters to go. And then I would say Dye in the end just outclassed him.
Exactly. And like I said, that race, the 110 hurdles is really hard to predict. One mistake through one hurdle can make up a tenth or 2/10 of a second, which can lose an entire race. Just a really hard race to predict.
But yet it stayed true to form,
Yeah.
which is also interesting. The hurdles have to be put perfectly back together. Somebody knocks them a little bit. They have to make sure for this next race.
Which is pretty much every race. Usually your top hurdlers are going to graze it, move it a little bit, just about every hurdle they hit.
You see Jabari Wilson. He'll be walking up. Your Class A. Or maybe Jabari Wilson won't be coming. Either way, he's still the champion. Paging Jabari. Here he comes. I think he was getting a hot dog.
Yes, probably so.
World's best hot dogs in Jefferson.
Yes, that's true.
There is Jabari Wilson. Warren County, 10 points there. I'll tell you, there's someone in the running here.
Yeah.
Probably not going to happen in the end, but that's a big 10 points.
Yeah, it was a big 10 points. They'll be there in the hunt at the end. There's no doubt about it. And you're also going to see him also, and they can pick up some more potential points when we see him in the 300-meter final later today. And that race was run, that Class A race that they just had the awards, in a minus 1.2 headwind. So 14.38 in any kind of headwind is pretty quick, especially at the Class A level. So you turn that wind around, that's 14.1 range generally. That's quick. That is really quick for Class A.
And the record is a 14.23 back in 1986 from Eddie Johnson.
Sure. Yeah, you switch that wind around, it makes all the difference in the world. Huge difference.
We are seeing some very fast times.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we're also seeing, like you keep saying, that headwind.
It makes an enormous difference. And we could see one of the greatest records flirted with today in this race in 5A. Just depends on the wind and what Jordan Moore does.
And your Class 3A now, lane assignments. Jordan Davis from Thompson in 1. Barry Wiley from Locust Grove in 2. Jackie Childs out of Westover in 3. Jonathan Jones from Carrollton, the favorite. We'll speak about him in a minute. Franklin Bryant from Rutland in 5. Elijah Harris from Cartersville in 6. Montrez Kitchens out of Burke County in 7. And you see Brian Earl from Towers in 8.
The prelims kind of tell the story in this race. It's kind of Jonathan Jones' race to lose. He's an Auburn signee. He is signed to play cornerback there. I think he's one of the more underrated cornerback prospects in the nation. He has a tremendous closing speed. He's a combine 5'9". He has a PR of 13.65. Last year went out to the Texas Relays and won the Texas Relays in 13.65. Has struggled a little bit this year, but he can definitely go under 14. We will have to see in this race.
Davis, Wiley, Childs, Jones, Bryant, Harris, Kitchens, and Earl. Out of lane 4, that is Jones. Wow.
Yeah, he can move.
Jonathan Jones from Carrollton, a full hurdle ahead of the field. Jonathan Jones.
Wow.
A blistering winning time of 13.69. Jonathan Jones by a full hurdle running away from the field. Bryant in second, 14.9. You see Harris there, 14.91. But it was all about Jonathan Jones, as you predicted.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to guess that wasn't a headwind right there. When he ran that 13.65, it was in a pretty good tailwind out there at the Texas Relays. I would say that might have been the best race of his career, of 13.69, if I'm predicting that there was a headwind in that race. That was a tremendous race. He was just 9/100ths off the state record in the 3A classification, which was 13.60 set by Dexter Hawkins back in 1978. So 9/100ths of a second, 13.69. That's a top 8 time in the nation. Is awesome. And look for him in the 300 hurdles. He sent me a text earlier this week. He said, I've been holding back a little bit in the 300s this year. I'm going to let it go today.
It's a shame that because of this wind, it's not translating over into some times.
Yeah, you can't, exactly. You'd have to have a physicist, and then at that point, it would be theory. It'd be theoretical at that point, what people would run. But, hey, these 4A and 5A, they're going to be fun races to watch as well.
See the Class 2A and your medalists. Andrew Slayton from Calhoun finished in second. And Marquise Dye, your winner. Here comes Marquise in the white shirt. 14.55 from Elbert County. Scoring system, by the way, if you're not familiar with it, 10 for the winner, then 8, then 6 for third, then it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So all 8 runners do score points.
This is full right now. Here's a. That's good.
Class 4A now, your lane assignments. In lane 1, Quincy Mauger from Kell. Lane 2, Ty Richardson out of Sprayberry. Torian Ferguson from Jonesboro in 3. Devin Williams from Kell in 4. Troy Howard from Redan in 5. Representing Southwest DeKalb, Christopher Morris in 6. Des Bird from Glen Academy in 7. And rounding out the field there, you see Terrence Jenkins from New Manchester.
This is going to be a very close race. The season best coming into this race is Devon Williams at 14.13. He ran that at their region meet. But here we have Ty Richardson, season best, lane 2, 14.17. Lane 3, Ferguson, 14.31. Lane 5, Troy Howard, 14.40. Best coming into this meet. In lane 6, Christopher Morris out of Southwest DeKalb, 14.44. So look for this to be a race between 2, 3, 4, 5, and lanes 6. Going to be a really close one. I would say the favorite would be Devon Williams out of Kell, definitely with the 2/10 of a second faster coming in, but you never know in the hurdles races.
And 4A wide open last year, Cedar Shoals, or I should say Clark Central only won by 3 points over Alcovy, so you know points are monstrous. You have Sprayberry represented here. You have Kell represented here. Both teams have somewhat of a shot, so this could determine everything in the end. 4A record, Terrence Trammell, 13.34. Mauger, Richardson, Ferguson, Williams, Howard, Morris, Bird, and Jenkins. Lane 3, Ferguson with a great early start. Lane 4 catching up is Williams. Look at lanes 3 and 4. Torian Ferguson in 3, Devin Williams in 4. And it is Devin Williams from Kell, 14.18. Ferguson, 14.32. And Richardson finishes third, picks up 6 points, 14.37.
And like I predicted, it came down to the wire. Devon Williams, like I said, had a tenth or two tenths of a second faster PR coming into the race. Just missed his PR by 5/100ths with a 14.18. Had that 14.13 coming into the meet. But that was a great race. I love watching close races like that. It came down to the last hurdle just like it did in AA. 14.18, strong time in 4A.
And it just shows how strong the record is. Terrence Trammell back in
Yes.
'96 with a 13.34.
One of the most dominant state records you'll see at any state meet. Terrence Trammell, he's the most dominant runner in any one event I've ever seen over 2 seasons. I saw him at like 5 track meets my junior season, about 5 or 6 my senior season. Saw him indoors up in Tennessee. No one even came within shouting distance of him. No telling what he could have run had he been pushed. He was that dominant nationally at the high school level.
And I, sir, used to run against Derek Adkins.
That's right. Gold
Well, not
medalist.
really. I was a distance runner. so
Yeah.
I was on the same field with him.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not in the
field.
same race.
And he's a New York native, of course, went to Georgia Tech, was gold medalist
Yes, sir.
in '92 in the 400 hurdles. And, yeah, I mean, he was one of the all-time great 400 hurdlers, just a great runner.
And he was basically their whole team. He went to Malvern.
Yeah.
He was the entire team. There wasn't
Wow.
really anybody else that I remember of note there. But Derek Adkins used to run against former Miami Dolphin quarterback Jay Fiedler.
Oh, wow.
They were 1 and 2. Adkins was 1, Fiedler was 2, coming off knee surgery.
Yeah.
Great athlete, went on to Dartmouth, and then Fiedler became the Dolphin quarterback, basically following Dan Marino.
Sure, and quarterbacks get a bad rap sometimes as not being great athletes, quote-unquote. I always tell people this, they're faster than you think. It's
Yes,
just
they are.
everybody else is so fast. Like Peyton Manning, I'm not saying he's fast, but he's faster than you think. So in
He's
any
faster
event,
than the average
Yeah,
Joe.
yeah. He moves better than you would think. But yeah, Derek Adkins was a great. Like I say, Georgia, we are the hurdle state. There's been no state that has produced even close to what the hurdles that we produced. And then we've had guys like Edwin Moses and Derek Adkins come from other states to run college track at a collegiate track in the Atlanta area. But for as far as what we've produced, I mean, in '04, I believe, at the U.S. Outdoor Championships, 4 of the 810-meter finalists were Georgia natives.
Wow, impressive. Must be something in the water.
Yeah.
Class 5A now. Lane assignments, David Singleton from East Coweta in 1. Devontae Watts from Lowndes County in 2. You see Jay Lawson from Brookwood. Representing ML King, Jordan Moore in 4. Good sportsmanship there. Alan Fry out of Campbell in 5. Sam Davies from Collins Hill in 6. Darius Tucker from Hillgrove in 7. And Dennis Gillespie from Norcross in 8.
One of my favorite athletes here at Georgia Olympics, Jordan Moore. I texted him this morning. I said, "Are you ready to go?" He said, "I am ready to put on a show." We just talked about Terrence Trammell. I never thought anyone could flirt with that 13.34 second state record. Jordan Moore has a shot. I don't want to put any added pressure, but he has run 13.39 and 13.43. He's been the most consistent hurdler in the entire nation this year with the second fastest individual time of 13.39. But he's put together the best season of any 110 hurdler, and he's the best 110 hurdler in the nation right now.
So Jordan Moore, lane 4, ML King, prelims 13.87. Singleton, Watts, Lawson, Moore, Fry, Davies, Tucker, and Gillespie. Jordan Moore in 4. And he is putting on a show midway through this race already. Almost a full hurdle ahead of the field.
Wow.
Jordan Moore, 13.45 with a possible headwind. Fry in second, 14.31. Watts finishes third, 14.39.
And I tell you what, I'm assuming that was going to be in a headwind or a slight headwind. 13.45. I haven't seen a faster time at any state meet that's been run so far in the nation.
And he's all smiles. You see him right there.
Great kid, very kid with a lot of faith. Very good kid. Always praises God for everything he does. Just a wonderful kid. He's one of the best kids you'll ever want to talk to. And he is going to TCU. He is going to be sort of a receiver, safety, athlete prospect. And he's going to run track there at TCU too, which is one of the top programs in the nation.
Gary Patterson will be very proud of Jordan Moore. So another great year of 110-meter hurdles. The boys impressive. And it all was capped off in the Class 5A. Jordan Moore from ML King, your champion, in a time of 13.45.
Hey, man. Excuse me, sir. Are you off me?
When you wrap everything up, and you just sign off whatever at the end, it's been a production of Play on Sports. Have a great day, everybody. It's been a production of Play on Sports. You don't even have to say that. I'm just saying that if you want to say production of Play on Sports. You just do a quick wrap, whatever. Final race comes up, and the winner of the 4x4, blah, blah, blah. If you know anything about the standings, whatever.
I really can't tell. There's a dude near me.
When they start this early, guys,
Other races?
like it's stated for 3 o'clock, and now it's 2:54. When they started earlier, or are we waiting for 6 minutes? No, we would start. Not too much earlier than 6 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Not really a race.
After the race, he ran the 159, but it was just.
Anyone from Normal Track, anyone from Normal Track, you can check in at the press box, please. If we have anyone here still from Normal, please check in at the press box. Thank you.
Hey, can you look up a time for this guy at all? We have nothing. I don't know. Is there any way you can do a search and get a time? His best time ever or something? No, I don't think I could. That's fine. Don't keep up with it.
Michael with the starting gun.
$800-meter run, wheelchair division now. Just one competitor. You see Martinez Johnson from Buford as he gets ready for this half a mile. Best ovation of the day here for Martinez. And there it is. All about breaking his best time.
Yeah, like I said last week and last year, it's just great that they incorporated this event just to give other people an opportunity, you know, that have been less privileged at this point in their life. And that is just awesome that they've incorporated. They didn't have this when I ran, and they've incorporated this in the last few years, and it's just a great thing.
And I think I would rather run than have to do this because this looks so hard to me. You look at the shoulder muscles and the triceps and just the lactic acid that has to be building up in the arms there. Running is tough. I think I'd rather run this.
I think I would rather run it too because I would get lapped by him in this race. There is no doubt about it. Martinez Johnson would lap me. That is a lot of upper body strength and that I just don't have.
And about 47 seconds or so for the first 200 meters.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Man, unbelievable.
A minute through 300. And the concentration. I think, to be honest with you, I would be sort of like wheeling onto the grass.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, there's no doubt.
I mean, to keep it straight,
I don't know how
chore.
that's as amazing to me as just the effort in the 800 meters alone. That's just incredible that he's able to do this.
So Martinez Johnson from Buford here.
Buford, just an athletic program, just second to none, especially in AA and in football. I mean, they beat teams. They played teams from all over the nation the last 3 or 4 years, and they've beaten all of them. They're just a loaded AA team. The whole sports program's just been awesome.
Ladies basketball always great. They were upset this year in the semifinals. I did that game.
Yeah.
But very stacked team indeed.
200 to go. I don't even
now.
At a race pace, I don't even think I could make it 600 meters. Really?
No, it's a lot of arm movement.
Yeah, it's a lot of arm strength and shoulder.
You're next up on the victory stand. 5A110. All right, folks, let's bring him home.
All right, 100 meters to go. Martinez Johnson out of Buford. 2:42 right now. We'll see if he can break 3 minutes. 2:50. 2:55. And Martinez Johnson, 2 gold medals in the boys' 800-meter run, wheelchair division, 2:56.81. Great job, Martinez.
Yeah, wonderful job. 2:56. That's a great time. We've seen that over the last few years, this race. Have a better understanding of that. That is just awesome. Great time to do also by yourself. That's just an incredible 2:56. I don't know if I could do that for one lap, and I'm being serious. It's just incredible.
That's a good point, though. Wheelchair or not, you're always going to have a better time if you have competition pushing you.
Yes.
He had no competition there, so it's easy psychologically to just sort of lay back and just finish up the race. So maybe he could have run a 2:50 with somebody else.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And running and any kind of effort or distance, moving fast over any kind of distance, competition just brings out the best in everything. And that's from 100 meters up to a mile, up to 2 miles, up to a wheelchair race. So, yeah, no telling what he could have run.
So Martinez Johnson, great job. The boys' 800-meter run, wheelchair division. And you see on the podium there, boys 110-meter hurdles, class 5A. Jordan Moore, 13.45 from ML King. Sporting the shades
And that's incredible, and it can't go to a better kid. And I never thought I would be saying that anyone would be flirting with Terrence Trammell's record. I'm going to check that wind reading in a minute and see what he ran that in, what kind of headwind he ran that into. But he is the best 110-meter hurdler in the entire nation right now. He has the second best time to Artie Burns from down in South Florida, but he's had a much better season than Artie Burns, especially right now. He's the top 110 hurdler in the entire country.
And he looked it. And now to your boys' 800-meter run, Class A. Alex Cox from Darlington, Will Hayes from Athens Christian in 2, Brighton Wenzel from Baconton Charter in 3, Cameron Collins out of Darlington in 4, Doug Mohm from Wesleyan in 5, Henry Dwyer from Athens Academy in 6, Jihad Ragay from Washington Wilkes in 7, and representing the Atlanta International School, Alexander Thomas in 8. Your Class A record? Matt, you're very familiar with it. Last year, 149.62. O'Neal Wanless, and he broke your record.
Yeah, he pretty much shattered my record last year, which leads me to the point I'm a little upset. Cameron Thornton was injured all season. He kind of mustered up and won the mile in 4:20 a few days ago. He should be in this race, and it's kind of unfortunate he got injured late in the season. This is going to be really intriguing, though. You got Dwyer. He finished 4th in cross country, and he finished 7th in the 1600. Wenzel finished 9th in the 1600, and Cameron Collins finished 4th in the 1600 with 4:27. A lot of that you can look to translate into this 800-meter race. It's going to be really close. I would look for Dwyer, Wenzel, Cameron Collins to be, in the hunt for the championship here in Class A.
And the best time coming in, Alex Cox with that 158.43. I wouldn't exactly call that blazing fast. I would not be surprised if we see a faster time today.
Exactly. You could see 157s, 156 today, and I think you're going to see some low 150s as we get to the 3, 4, and 5A.
Yeah. Here it is, the start of the first 800-meter run, Class A. And they're taking this out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Everybody comes in. You see the outside runners there. Certainly took it out hard so they wouldn't be left out in the cold.
And I believe that's Dwyer there in the second spot, one of my pre-race favorites.
Doug Mohm is in there.
Yep, Mohm's definitely. He finished in the top 20 in cross country this fall as well. But yeah, Cameron Collins finished 4th in the 1600, 4:27 quarter speed.
It's a jumbled up field.
I believe that is Dwyer in the lead.
57.44 first quarter.
Yeah, usually if you want to run below, 159, 158, you're going to want to go out in 56, 56 plus. We'll see what the time's going to be, but he is pulling away right now, looking good down the back stretch.
And 7 runners here in the field. You want to talk about trying to run away with this thing right now.
Yeah, and that's how I used to run too, because I'm short legs, and I tried to just take it out of everybody.
Try and build up enough distance where they're not even worrying about you anymore. But if they keep it close, it could be a tough final 100 meters. And it is 100 meters to go. 1:45 right now.
Wow.
And this is going to be a fight to the finish. Look at Darlington coming on, a couple of Darlington. Wow. An amazing finish. Darlington going 1 and 2.
Unbelievable.
The boys in purple, Collins 157.21, Cox 157.38, and you see Ragge 157.75. A phenomenal final 100 meters.
That was tremendous to go 1 and 2 in a race of this magnitude here in Class A. I mean, that is 18 big points. And you know what? They were in the hunt coming in to this final day. 18 points is a lot of points in one event. It's the most you can get in one event with 2 competitors per event. So tremendous time. They ran a more tactical race, kind of hung back a little bit, had a big kick there at the end. I think Dwyer went out a little hard, but hey, you come here, you run to win the race. And Dwyer, nothing to hang his head about, but great run by both Darlington competitors.
And you see right there, Cox and Collins, some great teamwork all around. Extremely happy individuals there wearing the purple. So a great job, Darlington with the 1 and 2. And there's Martinez Johnson on the victory stand with the big smile. Great job, Martinez. Class 2A now, lane 1, Jabrell Crawford from Putnam County. TJ Witherspoon out of Thomasville in lane 2. Justin Whitman from Oglethorpe County in 3. You see Nick Moyer from Blessed Trinity in 4. Gerard Williams from Albany in 5. Jibi Sai from Decatur in 6. Travis Hall from Calhoun in 7. And representing Cross Keys, you see Christian Newkirk in lane 8.
Wow, Jabrell Crawford, we saw him go 47.2 earlier today. We will see what he does here out of lane 1.
Ian Scott with the record here, 1998, 152.77. Michael Granville with the national record, 146.45.
And Jabrell is taking no prisoners here. I mean, he is taking it out, and we will see after the cut where he is at.
Right there, isn't he?
Wow, remember, he has 47.2 quarter speed, so you don't want him to be close to you on the home stretch.
He's got the long strides,
yes,
the long legs.
Not only is he the fastest guy for 400, but he's got the best build in this event as well for this AA classification.
And he ran in the prelims 157.88. I would not be surprised to see that come down a bit here.
Sure, and a lot of it's going to tell on the first quarter split.
Nick Moyer up there. Gerard Williams, but through the first lap, 57.32.
And with a first lap like that, I mean, I wouldn't look for a low 150s per se. I would look more mid 150s, I would say. A lot of the first lap is very telling.
Well, that's a comfortable pace.
It is. It is
right?
relatively comfortable. Yeah, it is.
I mean, they should be able to come back close to that, I would think, and run maybe in the 155s right here.
Sure, that's what I would predict. 155s, maybe 154 at the fastest, but you know, some guys are freaks and they can pour it on late,
sure.
So we'll see.
Crawford wire to wire right now, 200 meters to go. You see him making his kick, separating a bit from most of the field. Final 100 meters now. Jabrell Crawford from Putnam County in the red.
Wow.
As he opens things up, has a 10-meter lead. Jabrell Crawford coming to the line, 156.69. Crawford, your winner. 156.76 officially. Cy 158.38. And Whitman 158.39. So Jabril Crawford from Putnam County, just too good. He wins wire to wire.
And I don't know what his collegiate, where he assigned or if he assigned anywhere, but I got to be honest with you, it looked like he made that look easy. It didn't even look like he was really trying until the last 100 meters and just basically jogged a 156 after going 47.2 in the 400. That kid could do huge things at the collegiate level, especially with his build. I mean, he's a good-looking athlete.
He had the big strides early on, which got him out of trouble. It made him clear everybody when they came in. There was no problems at all in that race. The last 150, 200 meters, he just said, I'm gone. See you, fellas.
And as much as we liked Old Neil Wanless, he actually is faster for 400 and taller, a little bit longer leg length. So he's got some huge upside. And Old Neil Wanless had a good freshman season at UNC. So we could see a lot of big things in the future out of Jabril Crawford.
Let me ask you this question, Matt. I never understood this. Why do runners like to wear watches? And why do some of them even click on and click off as if that's the official time? Doesn't that take energy and motion? Why would you want to wear a watch?
That's a great question because I don't relate to it. I don't like wearing watches. So when I ran, sometimes you could see when we would do workouts, we had a real detailed workout regimen at Landmark. So I would always have a stopwatch in my hand. So I didn't like having anything where I had to reach. I just wanted to just pop with my finger. So I've never understood that. I mean, if it works for you, do it. But, yeah, I say just run as hard as you can and try to win the race.
You will be told your time when you're done.
You will be told.
Somebody will give you that official time.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see what you ran or what the winner ran on the screen. And I would just look at that and go, okay, if I'm not going to win, I'll just kind of predict in my head and find out in 5 seconds what I ran. Yeah, I never really understood that. But, hey, if it works for you, do it.
And you see the Class A awards there. Great job, Darlington in that sweep. I just never, ever got that. I mean, we see a couple of watches here in the field coming up for this 3A race, and I'm sure some of them will even click on, and then when they finish, click off. The arm motion across the body there is going to take something away from you.
You're never going to see that at, like, the professional level or even the collegiate level. A coach would knock that out really quick. Yeah, I wouldn't want my kids doing that, even if I was a high school coach. But, hey, you know, if it works for you, do it. I just seems to be a bit of a distraction and a waste of movement and time.
And here is your 3A field. Zane Coburn from Grady in 1. Jamie Bigby from Sandy Creek in 2. Demarius Williams from Rutland in 3. Thomas Decaro from Alatoona in 4. Chris Burnett from Woodward in 5. Saeed Hernandez from Riverwood in 6. Representing North Atlanta, Malik Epps in 7. From Columbus, Adam Jones in 8.
Zane Colburn has the second fastest time in the state coming into the state meet as a 153 flat. Like I said, Cameron Thornton ran a 151.80 earlier in the year, but got injured. But yeah, so he has, as of now, he has the fastest time in the state coming into the state meet. I look for him to push for that all classification title. You never know. He might run for time, might run to win, but he's my heavy favorite coming in. But hey, there's some fast guys in this heat. And Zane is out well, so he is looking to get there on that cut, trying to be in those top. It looks like he's wanting to be in the top 3 there off the cut at the 100-meter mark.
And Zane may get caught up a little bit. Now he's really turning it on, but he is, and he does get the inside there.
Wow.
Very close. You see Zane Coburn in the white from Grady. Field bunched up through 200 meters. See all 8 runners there.
Yeah, Zane Colburn taking it out. Looks like it's going to be a pretty nice first split he has here. Like I said, there's some fast guys in this race. He won the all-class 1600 a few days ago, running 4:15. So looking like he's taking it out pretty strong here.
53.96.
53.96. Hey, that's a good first lap. You can put together a really fast time. And he's looking strong on that first curve.
A good 15 meters up right now. He has really opened this thing up. Brendan Mahoney with a 3A record, 150.17 back in 99. Zane Coburn looking to just take this pretty much wire to wire, and he is looking great. It's now a 20-meter lead.
Yeah, just looking awesome right now. And like I said, the 1,600-meter state champion Also, you know, good cross-country guy, just a great all-around runner.
200 meters to go. The rest of the field bunched up. Second through pretty much seventh has a chance to finish second. Zane Coburn, 100 meters to go, just looking great. As smooth as can be. The form is picture perfect right now. And Coburn, field catching up a little bit, but in the end, it is Zane Coburn flying to victory. 152.87. You see the hands up. Zane Coburn from Grady winning from start to finish. Jones 154.48. Epps 154.97. What can you say about Zane Coburn?
Yeah, that could be the fastest time of the day. Like I said, a 153 flat for the second fastest time coming into the state meet, but for the fastest for any competitor coming into the state meet, not counting Cameron Thornton. So that could be the fastest time of the day. He ran a great race, took it out. He has that 1,600 meter strength. He finished second in cross country in 3A. So he's got all the strength in the world. He can afford to take it out like that and just try to break the will of the pack behind him, and that's exactly what he did.
And you see Coburn right there, hugs all around. And I'll give you credit because your record was broken last year and you were broken up about it. Your time was a good 3 seconds better than what we just witnessed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So props to you because that's pretty quick.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it didn't bother me last year, and I'm hoping they go ahead and break the mile record. I thought Cameron Thornton would have done it this year had he not been injured, but his sophomore teammate who finished second, he ran 4:21, and he's just a sophomore, so hopefully he'll go ahead and break that thing and just do away with it because I'm tired of talking about it.
Just erase you from every book, from every existence.
Doesn't matter to me. So, yeah, I'd like to him to go ahead and break it so we can just say former state record holder at some point in the near future, hopefully.
That's better than a lot of us.
Yeah.
Congratulations still to you, former or not. You see right here, the 800 meter. Jabril Crawford in 2A. Congratulations to all 7. Crawford in victory. A now, Brandon Coombs in lane 1 from Greenbrier. Dontavius Wright out of Salem in 2. You see Austin Erickson from Chattahoochee. Brent Reynolds from 4, Lakeside DeKalb. Taylor Huntley out of McIntosh, the usual green there, in 5. Raheem Aponte out of Miller Grove in 6. Xavier Sheed from Lovejoy in 7. And from Alcovey, DeMonte Ivy in lane 8.
Yeah, this is going to be sort of a speed and strength matchup here. You have Austin Erickson. He has the fastest time throughout the season coming into this race, 154 flat, but he ran that kind of early in the year. We'll have to see. This race is wide open. Like I said, the strength and speed matchup. Coombs is also in this race. He finished second in the 1600 a few days ago. He ran 4:19. And then Dontavius Wright, we'll see in the 400 final. We saw in the 400 final, ran 48 flat in the prelim. So you're going to see a guy with 48 flat, 400 meter speed going against a lot of these guys who were 800, 1600 cross-country guys. So really intriguing matchup to see Coombs, Wright, and of course Austin Erickson out of Chattahoochee.
Class 4A, 800 meters. So far, we've seen the inner lanes run real hard those first 150 meters to stay on the inside. See Brandon Coombs in the white. See if he can resume that trend. And he's in good position here, settling in right around that 3rd or 4th spot.
Yes. Like I said, as far as the time goes, a lot of it just depends on that first split. You can tell a lot off of that.
Does not seem all that quick.
Yeah, not overly quick. It's hard to tell from here. Yeah, not super quick. We'll see mid-50s, I would say, on the first split.
I think the second 200 meters has picked up a little bit. Jockeying for position. You see 5 guys right there. Right around 54.
Sure, 53.3.
53.33, so that's pretty quick.
That's about what I took it out in when I set the state record, about 53.3, 53.6 range.
Brent Reynolds, Brandon Coombs.
And I thought this would be a close race. Like I said, speed, strength, a lot of these guys are cross country, and then you have Wright, who's a 400, 800 guy, kind of a rare, much more common to see 1600, 800 than the 4 8 double.
You see Brent Reynolds being overtaken there with about 100 meters now to go. This is going to be a fight for the final 100 meters.
Wow.
Can he hang on? It's a two-person race right now.
Coombs up. Wow.
Struggling to get to the finish line. He does, though. Brandon Coombs from Greenbrier, 152.85. You see Wright's time, 153.18. Reynolds, 154.61.
Great race, and you know what? That bettered Coburn's time by 2/100ths of a second. Coburn ran 152.87. Coombs just ran 152.85. Very good
Coburn
time.
was not pushed, though.
That is true.
Coburn looked smooth. It looked
Yes.
easy. It looked like he could have gone a little bit faster, but there was no need. He was not being pushed right there. And even if there was a need, it would have been hard to do it with nobody around him.
You're exactly right. I mean, just like we talked about through the whole broadcast, you know, competition makes everything. When you're running a race by yourself, it's not going to be nearly as fast as if you had guys around you. So, but nonetheless, Coombs has the fastest time through 4 classifications, 152.85. And like I said, Coombs was second in the 1600 at 4:19 there in 4A. So great weekend he has put together so far.
And you see the crowd, lots of people here watching. It's been a great event, overcast, but certainly not too hot.
Yeah.
So it's turning out to be a very nice day, headwind or not.
Yeah, the headwinds have slowed down the sprints just a little bit. They've still been very fast. We were talking about this off the air. The 10.55 run by Askew is just about as impressive as the 10.44 because he ran that 10.55 in a minus 2.1 headwind. That is unbelievable, and I believe the 10.44 was in a minus 0.7. So just as impressive as the 10.44 was the 10.55 and a minus 2.1. You rarely see people running the 10.5s with that kind of headwind. Just awesome.
And you see Zane Coburn there in the 3A 800 meters. 152.87. 3-time state champion, Zane Coburn. Future Bulldog.
Yep.
Zane's only been running for about 3 years, we've been told. He's done pretty well in those 3 years.
Yeah, he's got nice, nice turnover. He's got a little bit of fast twitch muscle to him. I mean, he's a good athlete.
Final 800-meter race, Class 5A now. Thomas Miller from Westlake in lane 1. Adele Eunice from Wheeler. Lane 3, Kissian Smith from Brookwood. Andres Liddig from North Gwinnett. Lane 5, Tyler Woodrome from Mill Creek. Jamin Mays representing Camden County in 6. From Walton, that's Brian Sullivan in 7. And you see the Black of Shiloh, Brian Camo in lane 8.
I think this race is going to be similar to 4A. It's going to be really close. The fastest time throughout the state in 5A coming in was 1:53.4 by Thomas Miller. He finished 5th in the 1600 at 4:21. You've got Eunice coming in with a 1:53.7. Keeson Smith 1:54.6. Sullivan comes in with a 1:54.2. And he finished, and Sullivan finished 2nd in the mile, and he ran a 4:17. And Liddig has the 5th fastest time coming in with a 1:55. So a lot of these guys in this race, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys are from 1:53 to 1:55. And they could push for that 1:52.85 for the best time because they're definitely going to push each other. Like I said, it all depends on what they take it out in. That's really telling that first lap.
And the 5A record, Marcelo Dunning back in 2000, 151.75. The national record, Michael Granville, 146.45. Miller, Eunice, Smith, Liddig, Woodrow, Mays, Sullivan, and Camo. So the final 800-meter race here, the 2012 GHSA men's track and field championships.
Thomas Miller of Westlake is taking this thing out hard. We will see if he can hang on to that. I mean, that is a fast first 100.
That's a ridiculous first
That
100.
is, I think he broke 12 seconds on that, or 11.5. That was fast.
Everybody catching up to him as he settles in. 200 meters now in the books. Everybody within about 10 meters of each other. Still, though, Miller in front.
Yeah, I think we're looking again, mid-50s on this first lap.
Been a very comfortable race right here. Everybody's still looking like they're in good form. Nobody's struggling. 54.26 for Miller. I tell you, it'll be tough. It's not easy to win wire to wire. A lot of pressure right now on Thomas Miller.
It is, and he took out that first. I've never seen 100 at this state meet taken out that fast. So we'll see if that took anything out of him.
Certainly could come back to backfire. Miller looking to be passed here. Is he going to give it up, though, and let him go? He's not. Miller's fighting hard to stay in that prime position. You see Adele Eunice wanting to take the lead. Does he take it on a turn now, though? This will be interesting. Is he going to exert more energy and run more yardage? And he sort of waits for the final straightaway. Eunice from Wheeler, Miller from Westlake, and look at coming on there. In the white, Smith. Smith makes a valiant effort, but Eunice, in the end, Adele Eunice from Wheeler. 152.06. A great time right there. Smith 152.12, Miller 152.87. He rose to that occasion for sure.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And, you know, that 152.06, especially going out 54 range, that was a nice negative split they had there. 152.06, that's the fastest time. He'll win the all-classification title. So from 3, 4 to 5A, we saw a lot of fast times. And that 5A, there was depth. I mean, there was several 152s and 153s in that race.
So your 800 meters, phenomenal once again here. And your winner in 5A from Wheeler, Adele Eunice.
In 8th place, Xavier Shed of Lovejoy, 203.419. In 7th place, for our 800 meter guys, 4A, Shed of Lovejoy in 8th, Taylor Huntley of McIntosh, 7th, 158.11. In 6th place, from Miller Grove, Rocky Maponte, 157.62. In 5th place, Rocco Monteani, 156.71. In 4th place, Chad
You see now your 800 meter class 4A medal ceremony.
5.32. In 3rd place, late Sunday cats, Brent
Brent
Reynolds.
Reynolds finishes 3rd. Some wobbly legs up there. Probably not the easiest thing about maybe 5 minutes later to start climbing up those stairs.
Yeah, it is. A little bit of lactic acid. That last 150, last 250 of the 800, man, it hurts. It hurts bad.
There's Brandon Coombs. Just north of 152. Great job by Brandon Coombs. Running out of gas at the end, as you should be. Nothing to hold back. Finish first.
That is a tough race. I mean, that last, kind of like the 400 hurdles, that final home stretch is always kind of ugly. 800s like that, too. I mean, it's just hard to keep that good form, especially when it's close and you're giving it everything you have.
And now to your 200 meters, first Class A lane assignments. Lane 1, that's Senate Reynolds from Hancock Central. In lane 2, Cole Warren out of Wesleyan. Representing Twiggs County in lane 3, Trey Butts. Jordan Sarter in lane 4 from OLM. Future Navy. Glenn Harris in lane 5 from Pace. Terrell County in 6, Jerkarius Scott. From Turner County, Shaquille Foster in 7. Raytez Jenkins out of Central Talbotton in lane 8.
Wow. We talked about the 100 meters, the experience out of Jordan Sarter there in the 100 meters. He got third in the 100 today. We don't see Askew or Jenkins out of Savannah Christian. I look for Jordan Sarter to be the heavy favorite out of lane 4. He's the reigning champion and signed with Navy to play football.
Yes.
A lot of upside to him. Fast kid, all the experience, returning champion. I see him to win this out of lane 4.
Don't expect many passes if you watch him in his football games. Lorenzo
Yes.
Daniel, the Class A record back in 1984, 21.36. The best preliminary time, 22.32, Sarter. Reynolds, Warren, Butt, Sarter, Harris, Scott, Foster, and Jenkins. Your first 200-meter dash, Class A underway. Good start here for Sarter. Make up that stagger right off the bat.
Yeah, you see him out of the blocks well. Reigning 200 champion
Jordan
in Class
Sarter.
A. He can move.
See lane 6, Scott, but Jordan Sarter from OLM from start to finish. Jordan Sarter blowing away the field. 21.65, Warren 22.36, and Harris 22.64.
Yeah, reigning stamp champ in that event, beat Justin Scott Wesley last year. I think Scott Wesley was kind of worn out after the 100, and all that weight he put on kind of added up after a while. But, yeah, he had all the experience coming into that race. He's a great kid, too. Like I said, signed with Navy. He's a great student athlete from the southwest end of town, which has produced a lot of great athletes. Calvin Johnson, Eric Berry, Dwight Howard. So he's just adding to the list. Just a great kid, great athlete, and that's a wonderful time, 21.65 in Class A.
And he just made it look easy. You just saw him after the race, walking like it was nothing he just did. Now he's running around, hopping around. Just everything was easy and matter of fact.
Exactly, and I thought he was the heavy favorite coming in. I didn't see anyone pushing him. Had Askew run and Jalen Myrick, we might have seen a little bit different outcome, but I don't think so. I think he's got the strength over 200 meters to beat those guys as well.
So a future midshipman, Jordan Sarter, outclassing the field in Class A. Boys 800 meter, Class 5A here, your medal ceremony. Adele Eunice from Wheeler. 152.06, a blistering time. Eunice, the champion.
It's an excellent time, and it was really a strategical race, so it was that much more impressive that he ran a 152.06. Pretty strategical. He laid back there at the beginning.
You compare it to Wanless last year with his 149. 3 seconds is a lot, but again, the task at hand is winning the race and picking up 10 points.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the time.
And Wanless went out in like low 51, 51.1, 51.5, somewhere in that range, which is cruising on a first lap. And that was one of the greatest races, I think, in Georgia history last year. 149.62, 149.63, second place, just tremendous.
Yes, your record was obliterated.
It was, yeah, it was stomped on and obliterated, like it wasn't there.
Surprised you're even showing your face back here.
I know. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Four seconds.
Class 2A now, your lane assignments. Jordan Van from Appling County in lane 1. Carl Buckner from Putnam County in 2. Out of Buford, Ronald King in 3. We'll see Rico Johnson in 4 from Swainsboro. Representing Brooks County, Chris Jones in 5. Maurice Freeman out of Oglethorpe County in 6. From Rockmart, Darius Hulliman in 7. And Darius Wright from Screven County in lane 8.
This one is wide open. I'm definitely going to go. We had Rico Johnson and Chris Jones in lanes 4 and 5. They were in the Class A 100 final as well. I look for the winner to come out of either lane 4 or 5. Double A, not quite as strong as the other classifications this year in the sprints, but still look for a high 21, low 22 type of time. It's going to be a close race, though, but I look for 4 and 5, the winner to come out of one of those lanes.
And you see 1982, the Class 2A record, 21.4. That's Antonio McKay. The national record, Roy Martin, back in 1985, 20.13.
And you talked about that Class A record, 21.36 in the 200, Lorenzo Daniel. Lorenzo Daniel ended up going to Mississippi State, and for about 20 years, he held the collegiate 200 record of 19.80, and he also held the NCAA meet record, which I believe was 19.83, and he held it for like 20-plus years. So Lorenzo Daniel went on to do huge things at the collegiate level.
Van, Buckner, King, Johnson, Jones, Freeman, Halliman, and Wright. Lane 5, Chris Jones, a good start. You see Jones. Chris Jones.
Wow.
Can he hold it? 10 meters to go. Lane 5, Chris Jones from Brooks County. Takes it out fast and finishes up fast. Chris Jones, 22.07. Johnson, 22.18. Freeman, 22.26.
Like I said, you would see a high 21, low 22 in that race. Double A not quite as loaded as the other classifications this year in the sprints, that is. But yeah, that was a fine time. Again, they've been running into headwinds all day. So 22.07, fine race, fine time. And yeah, that's a state championship any way you want to look at it. That was a great race.
So 10 points for Brooks County. Again, your 2A defending champions, Elbert County. They had 57 points last year. North Oconee finished with 51. So 2A up for grabs, one would think. Putnam County, a threat to win their first title. Here's the Class A medal ceremony. Ja'Karius Scott in 4th. Glenn Harris from Pace in 3rd. Wesleyan's Cole Warren in 2nd. Jordan Sarter. Great job by all. Great job by Jordan Sarter. Wins once again this year.
Yeah, he's a great kid, and the Naval Academy is getting an athlete with a lot of upside in Jordan Sarter, and just a great student athlete.
Tough kid going in, and I don't think that'll change.
Yeah, not at all.
They make you tough.
Yes, you're exactly right. Great, great school.
You see, we are at the home of the Dragons in Jefferson. Class 3A now, lane assignments. Demoten Boyd from LaGrange in 1. Representing Monroe area, that's Quan Brooks in 2. From Chastity, Brandon Thompson in 3. Tamarick Johnson out of Stone Mountain in 4. DeAndre McBride from Drew High School in 5. Nick Davis out of Mary Persons in 6. Representing Carrollton, RJ Lowry in 7. And in lane 8, Stanton Truitt rounding out the field, the second Monroe area competitor.
And it's unfortunate, Jadarius West, we've mentioned him several times in the broadcast. I think if he were in this race, we would see a guy flirting with a sub-21. Ran 21.03 at sectionals, but was injured today, wasn't able to compete yesterday in the 200, had to pull out. But in this, I'm looking in 3A, middle of the track, I'm going to look for Tamarick Johnson in 4, DeAndre McBride in 5, or Brandon Thompson is a dark horse in 3. A lot of experience Brandon Thompson has.
Boyd, Brooks, Thompson, Johnson, McBride, Davis, Lowry, and Truitt. The boys, class 3A. Howard Adams, 1962, the record 21.1. Good 50 years that record's held.
Wow. Yeah, Brandon Thompson in 3 is out well. Would not sleep on him.
Lane 5, McBride.
Yep.
Lane 4, Tamarick Johnson. Lane 7, RJ
Wow.
Lowry. But Tamarick Johnson in 4, in the white.
And he let up.
Tamarick Johnson, blistering time, 21.38. McBride, 21.56. Thompson, 21.81.
And he let up a little bit. Oh, man, we could have seen a 21-1, 21-2 there. I was thinking when he pulled down that home stretch, I was thinking this is going to be a fast time because I knew the other guys in the heat let up a little bit and went 21-38. That is an incredible time, especially on this track where we haven't seen, of all the events in Georgia, we have never seen a sub-21 at the state meet. So this could be the first year, but 21-38, letting up a little bit at the end, unbelievable time.
It's amazing to think that Howard Adams' mark has stood for 50 years.
Yeah.
We're talking about a headwind and Johnson maybe letting up a little bit, and he was within, I'm not going to belittle 0.3 seconds, but it was somewhat doable in the right conditions, in the right mind frame, in the right everything.
Yeah, let up with about 10, 12 feet to go, maybe even 15 feet. Could have pushed for that record. But like I said, here in Georgia, still looking for the first person. We've had a lot of guys go under 21 at other meets. We just never had anyone do it here, which is amazing with all the athletes we've had in this state.
Maybe we need to redo this track, make it a little quicker.
Yeah, it could be. A lot of people say it's kind of, I don't know how it's hard to get a dry phase because you start, as you'll see across the track, you start and then bam, so you're straight away if you're in the middle of lanes and then you hit a curve. So I've heard a lot of people say the structure of the track, it's hard to get a dry phase. So that's been part of the reason why no one has ever done it here.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I would think it's a huge advantage to not start close to the turn. I would think you would want the straightaway to get momentum and energy going into the turn. Is that not
Well,
correct?
yeah, a little bit. Well, starting in a turn, you can get a dry phase starting into a turn. But I don't know really what the logistic is of that or if that's even true about this state meet. But in any event, it's hard to get a dry phase when you start out straight, especially certain lanes. You go about 15, 20 feet straight, and then you start the curve. Hard to get a dry phase out of that.
And you see Chris Jones here, the 2A medal ceremony. Lots of good-looking socks there, though. Good neon-colored socks from those guys. What kind of socks did you wear?
I just wore footy socks.
Nothing
That was
too
it.
special?
See, I would wear black socks for the 1600 just to think I was cool, which wasn't really cool. So, yeah.
Well, you didn't have to be cool. Your times were pretty cool.
They
That's
were
all that
they were
counted.
solid. Yeah, they weren't too bad.
Class 4A, Alex Phillips, Fayette County. Sidney Buchanan from Creekside. Michael Newton from Sprayberry in 3. Arian Evans from Morrow in 4. Quenshawn Watson from Clark Central in 5. Evan Berry from Creekside in 6. Ryan Clark from Banneker in 7. Matt Azimer from Johns Creek in 8.
Maybe the race of the day. This is might not be the fastest 200 of the day, but the most competitive. Eric Berry's little brother and Evan Berry, freshman Ryan Clark, Arian Evans, Michael Newton, the 400 champion that went 46.6, and Quenshawn Watson out of Clark Central, who is committed to University of Tennessee to play football.
And here it is. Newton in 3, Evans in 4, Watson in 5.
Evans, wow.
Lane 4, Arian Evans. Arian Evans from Morrow running away from the field. Arian Evans close to a record, 21.19. Brandon Hill owns the record back in 2000, 21.15. Second place, Buchanan, 21.63. And you see Newton, 21.65.
Yeah, that was a tremendous race. Sidney Buchanan, he's had a strong career. Didn't really have like the super fast times this year, but hey, out of lane 2, got a second place finish there. That race, I wish we could have talked about it a little more. Quenshawn Watson, who's committed to University of Tennessee as a running back. Arian Evans, great career he's had. Michael Newton, we saw him run a 46.6 400 earlier today, and Sidney Buchanan got second, and we saw the freshman Ryan Clark in that. He went 47.6 today in the 400 as a freshman. So that race, as far as competitiveness, that was one of the most intriguing to watch.
And unfortunately, Watson limping to the finish, obviously pulled his left hamstring. So Quenshawn Watson will have to see what happens to him, but he did injure himself there.
Wow.
Nobody wants to see that. See the Class 3A here. Brandon Thompson there in 3rd. And there's Tamarick Johnson, 21.38. Class 5A now, lane assignments. Edra Gibson from Valdosta in 1. Tadashi Pinder from Luella in 2. Representing Hillgrove, Demetrius Duggins. Tyreek Hill in 4 from Coffee County. Amba Etatawo from McEachern in 5. From Parkview, Micah Reed in 6. Miles Howard in 7 representing Walton. And Jordan Moore in lane 8 from ML King.
Wow, what a race this is going to be. We saw Tyreek Hill run a 21.05 yesterday in a minus 1.9 headwind. Etatawo has run 21.08 this year. You got Tadashi Pinder, who's in lane 2, but he's kind of a shorter guy, so that's not going to be as big a deal, although it is a little bit of a deal being out of lane 2. Going to be a very competitive race. And then you have Demetrius Duggins in lane 3, and then Edra Gibson is also a very fast guy out of Valdosta in lane 1. This is going to be as competitive as the 4A, if not more competitive than the 4A 200.
And the record back in 2000, Brandon Hill 21.15. Gibson, Pinder, Duggins, Hill, Etatawo, Reed, Howard, and more. I'm going to put you on the spot. Are we going to see a record right here?
I think we could. I think this is the chance we're going to see a sub 21 here.
Wow. And again, the record 21.15. Sub 21 would shatter that.
And he broke it yesterday, 21.05. So it's his record to break. See how.
And that is Tyreek Hill in lane 4 from Coffee County. 21.05 yesterday.
Wow.
Certainly blistering right here. Lanes 4 and 5. Amba Etatawo in 5.
Wow.
But look at Tyreek Hill. Coffee County in lane 4.
He did it.
And he goes sub 21, 20.94. Tyreek Hill from Coffee County. Wow. Editawa, 21.7. Duggins, 21.81.
Unbelievable. So he goes 10.44 and a minus 0.7 headwind. I'm sure that was probably in a headwind. It's been headwinds all day. Goes 20.94. Like I said, this track, something about it. No one's ever broken 21. With all the athletes we've had to actually break 21, they've never done it on this track. 20.94 on this track is so fast. That would be, I remember a few years ago, D'Amico Goodman went 21.3 on this track. 2 weeks later went 20.7 at the Foot Locker Outdoor. Look at that.
And look at Hill pulling a Michael Johnson. An unbelievable time, 20.94. The crowd was in amazement, gasping. So that sums up an amazing 200-meter day. Class 5A, the pinnacle, Tyreek Hill, your champion, and now state record holder from Coffee County.
In eighth place from Clark Central, the Class 4A 200. Quinshon Watson, gutted it out. Finished by the hamstring pull. John Creek's man, 8th ball, finishes the 7th, 22.46. Alex Phillips, Fayette County. He's 6th, 21.88. Ryan Clark, Vanager. This is the 5th, 21.84. Evan Berry, Creekside, 21.77. This is his 4th. Michael Newton, Sprayberry, 21.65. Third. Sidney Buchanan, Creekside, 21.63. This is second. Just 4 runners in the second off the big record. Aaron Evans tomorrow. Wednesday at 21.19.
Class 4A here, you see the champions. Arian Evans from Morrow.
The wheelchair 200 meters. We have 2 competitors in lane 4. Martinez Johnson.
Boys 200-meter dash wheelchair division. Couple of competitors. Martinez Johnson, already a gold medalist from Buford in lane 4. Min-Soo Kim from Houston County in lane 5.
Yeah, this will be a fun race. The 200 is always my favorite race to watch anyway, so this is going to be really, really interesting to see what they do here.
And you see Johnson in the lead here, in the green. Martinez Johnson, a great job in the 800 wheelchair earlier. Obviously, he's pretty good with these sprints as well.
Yes. But you're exactly right, Justin, about keeping it straight. I couldn't even, it would take me a year just to figure that out.
That's a skill in itself to
It
keep
is.
this straight. No, let's go with speed, lactic acid in the arms. Martinez Johnson. It's a heck of a time as well.
Yeah, 37.59 officially. That's great.
Here comes Min-Soo Kim finishing up. Johnson 37.59. There's Kim 53.39. And you see the lactic acid setting in, trying to shake the arms there. Great stuff, fellas.
Yeah, that was awesome. Great race and fast time, man. 37.59. That is tremendous for 200 meters with your arms.
Absolutely.
That's incredible.
You see Martinez Johnson there, double gold medalist. Min-Soo Kim. And now to the boys, 300-meter hurdles. First Class A, lane assignments. Cameron Gibson from Darlington in 1. Xander Yost from Wesleyan in 2. Representing Warren County, Jabari Wilson in 3. Darius Smith from Landmark Christian in 4. Kenny Selman from Pace in 5. Marcus Thurman from Bowden in 6. From Metter, Deonta Scott at 7. And Brandon Dill from Washington Wilkes in 8.
Wow, look for, Landmark Christian, my alma mater, 39.89 from Darius Smith in the prelims. Good prelim time for the 300 hurdles in the best lane in lane 4. And we saw Jabari Wilson run that low 14 in Class A to win the Class A state title in the 110s, which is cruising. So definitely don't count him out here in this 300-meter final, 300 hurdle final. So 3 and 4 are the lanes I would look at. Those are my 2 heavy favorites in this race.
And you see the hurdles there looking pretty tall. Tough for the everyday person like myself to jump that.
You need a high jump pit for me on the other side.
Exactly. You never did the steeplechase?
I never did. No. Because again, you probably would have needed a high jump pit. Not
it goes
water.
hand in hand, exactly.
Yeah, water wasn't enough cushion.
Class A record here back in 1998. Omega Calhoun 38.05. National record 35.02. Reggie White in 09. Gibson, Yost, Wilson, Smith, Selman, Thurman, Scott, and Dill. First 300-meter hurdles race of the day, Class A.
Wow, on Darius Smith.
4, Darius Smith, yes.
And the coaching at Landmark is just second to none under Bill Thorne. Still the same coach as when I was there. And yeah, the participation's down a little bit from the kids, but the kids that do run, he gets the most out of them.
Final 100 meters now. Darius Smith, lane 4. You see lane 5, though, Kenny Selman from Pace. Lane 2, Xander Yost from Wesleyan. Lanes 4 and 5. Smith, and he just can't make it over that final hurdle.
Man.
And Selman gets the victory because of it. 39.03. Wilson, 39.87. Yost, 39.95. Disappointment rears its ugly head.
Wow, and that's just unfortunate. I mean, he was in contention to win that race. That was going to come down to 6 inches at the most and just falls at the end. But I've had people tell me those hurdles on the final home stretch look like they're 10 feet high. I mean, it's just a it's a very difficult race, and it never looks pretty down the home stretch. Just a difficult race to run.
Do you just try and do a little too much there? Is that what it is? You see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's the one that's going to trip you up more so than any other?
Exactly, because I've heard people say just get over that last hurdle. Technique, if you worry too much about technique, you're going to hit that last hurdle just because the body's not really designed to run that fast and jump that many times over 300 or 400 meters at the collegiate and the professional level. But in any event, Class A 39.03 fast time. We are the hurdle state here in Georgia. Produce the best hurdlers nationally. And you mentioned the national record. A few years ago, we had William Wynn run 35.67 here, or 35.68 for the 5A record.
Wow.
So, which is flying. The top 5 time in the nation's history.
So a real disappointment there. Kenny Selman, though, with a Class A title. See now the victory stand, 200-meter dash wheelchair division. There's Min-Soo Kim finishing in 2nd. And Martinez Johnson is your winner. Class 2A now. Your lane assignments from Laney in lane 1, Tharius Pryor. Tarius Derishaw out of Brooks County in lane 2. Scott Peters from Westminster in lane 3. Kevin Johnson representing Appling County in 4. Tevin Fleming from Elbert County in 5. Lawrence Austin from Lamar County in 6. Out of Jeff Davis, LJ Stiegel in 7. And Johan Reynolds from Jackson County in lane 8.
This race, I think this race is going to be Kevin Johnson's to lose. He's in lane 4, ran 38.30 in the prelims, which was a season best, but also Scott Peters ran 39.44, which is also a season best for him. And Tevin Fleming in lane 5 from Elbert County ran 39.41, which is also a season best for him. But 38.30 in the prelims from Kevin Johnson, that's a fast time. You could look for him to possibly go in the 37s, and if he goes in the 37s here in AA, AAA, 4A, and 5A will all be 37s and 36s at that point. So that'd be a great time, and it's going to be an interesting race. I think it'll come out of 3, 4, or 5.
And Elbert County, the defending champions, so a lot of points potentially out there right now. If Fleming can pick them up, that could help a repeat. Pryor, Derishaw, Peters, Johnson in 4, Fleming in 5, Austin, Stiegel, and Reynolds. Jamal Patterson with a record back in 2009, 36.82.
Went on, now plays wide receiver for Stanford. Jamal Patterson, great athlete.
Pretty smart.
Yeah.
Another good, clean start here. Class 2A.
Yeah, and Kevin Johnson's looking strong early. Has a great build for this event. Usually it's a taller person's event. It just is. When you see it at the elite levels, you see the 6'2 to 6'4, even 6'5 range sometimes over the 300 or 400 hurdles.
You see Scott Peters there in lane 3. But in the lead, Kevin Johnson from Appling County.
Wow, he is looking strong.
Very strong right now. Gets over that last hurdle barely.
Wow.
And he just gets past the finish line. Tharius Pryor a problem with that last hurdle. In the end, though, Kevin Johnson, 38.28. Peters, 38.72. Austin, 39.08.
Tremendous run, set another personal record and season best for Johnston in that race. 38.28 AA level, that is a tremendous time. Looked strong, struggled a little bit over that last hurdle, but everyone struggles over that last hurdle. Tripped up, still ran 38.28. So had he not tripped up, could have flirted with the 37s. Great race by Johnston.
Very fluid race. You see him there. Just basically had a game plan, took it out, and took it home.
Yes.
That last hurdle, though, Matt, it's tripping everybody up today.
Just a tough race. It really is.
So your medal ceremony here for the 300-meter hurdles, Class A, saw moments ago. Jabari Wilson, second place from Warren County. Kenny Selman from Pace, 39.03.
In a while.
I'll tell you what, Justin, the headwind has slowed down a little bit. That 200 he ran in 20.94 was in just a negative 0.1. So, and that's been kind of consistent in the last few races. So look for some fast times in these next 3 heats of the 300 hurdles.
It's fast times at Jefferson High.
Yeah, that was nice.
You're on, guys.
See the fans in attendance, just loving the action. Rain is held off. Little rain earlier, threatened to rain. Seems like it's dry down there. Horse racing. Certain horses benefit from rain. Does that
Really?
work here?
Do
you have any mutters?
I couldn't tell you, but I wouldn't think so. Does it really? I don't know anything.
There are some horses, mutters, that in the rain and the slop, they sort of enjoy that.
That is true. Football players, they call mutters, like Gale Sayers, they call it a mutter. So in track, yeah, I've never really thought about
I mean,
it.
is there, let me ask you this, though. Long strides, short strides. Maybe if you take less strides, it's advantageous in the rain because you're taking less strides. Therefore,
yeah, less chance for like slippage. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could look at it a number of different ways. But sure, I'm sure some guys do run better in the rain. I don't remember a race in the rain, believe it or not. I don't ever remember running in one.
Class 3A now. Joe Beach from St. Pius in lane 1. Solomon Bowles out of Sandy Creek in 2. Wake Roberts out of Oconee County in 3. Ian Cager from Woodward in 4. Jonathan Jones out of Carrollton in 5. Representing Burke County, Antoine Walker in 6. Ronald Collins from Veterans in 7. And out of Rutland, Franklin Bryant in 8.
Wow, this is going to be a great race. You had Cadger coming in at 38.81 in the prelims, probably let up a little bit. Oconee County, Roberts, 38.83. But in lane 5, Jonathan Jones, you got to remember, he won all class last year in 37.1 seconds. And then he just ran 13.69 in a headwind in the 110 hurdles. So I texted him a few days ago. He said he wanted to break the 3A state record, but I did see him earlier, said he was a little tight in his thighs. So we'll just have to see what happens, but this is the last individual race of his collegiate career. He's a winner. He's committed to Auburn. He signed with Auburn as a cornerback. Great football player. So I look for him to give it everything he has in this event.
Beach, Bowles, Roberts, Cadger, Jones, Walker, Collins, Bryant. Tim Greer, 2006, the record in Class 3A, 36.74.
And Jonathan Jones taking it out. Struggled a little bit on that second hurdle.
Clearly making up the stagger.
Yes. And I thought he would do this. This kid's a winner. I mean, he works really hard. One of the best kids you'll ever interview, too. Just a yes sir, no sir kid. I loved interviewing him.
Big strides right there. Jonathan Jones, lane 5, out of Carrollton. But look in lane 4, there's Cadger. The two-person race, final hurdle, the elusive one, and Jonathan Jones flying through the last hurdle, getting to the line, 37.47 for Jones, Cadger 37.94, Roberts an impressive 38.86.
Yeah, tremendous race, especially on a tight thigh. He was telling me today, or this morning when I saw him this morning, 37.44 with anything tight. That's an impressive time. He almost equaled what he did last year, completely healthy. And he kind of struggled throughout the season in this race. That was easily his season best. And he's going to be a great one at Auburn. He is very underrated. The last 2 years, I wasn't part of the rankings with a scout, but he's definitely, in my opinion, a high-end 4-star, a top 15 cornerback in the nation. So we'll look to hear that name a lot in the future. 37.44, tremendous time for Jonathan Jones.
So there's Jonathan Jones, wins the 3A 300-meter hurdles. Deserves a little rest. Take a seat, big fella. Great stuff here from everybody. Jamie Murph, Corey Steinecker directing. Ben Halpern doing a great job producing and doing graphics. The best camera guys around, Andy Collins, Jay Williams, Stephen Lawler. We appreciate it, fellas. Can't get pictures like that without you guys. Oh, and yeah, you too, Matt. You're doing a pretty good job. See the 2A here. Scott Peters, the runner-up. Kevin Johnson from Appling County, the 2A champion. Right now, some standings. 5A Brookwood in the lead over Coffee County. We're getting late here in the competition. The Brookwood Broncos looking for their second title in the last 3 years. Remember, Peachtree Ridge won a year ago.
Yeah, Brookwood, I talked about them earlier, top to bottom. They just have a great program. 2 years ago, they had a 4x1600, a 4x mile at an invitational. They went 17:20. That's a 4:20 per mile for 4 kids.
That's amazing.
That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I don't know
Your
if anything
Class A
is 4:17.
record is 4:17.
Yeah.
So they have 4 guys that are basically running at your pace.
Basically, yeah. My best was 4:13, but at this meet, 4:17. Basically, 4 guys that averaged 4:20.
And how do they do that? There's no baton there. Are
They have a baton over
they
the
are
floor.
running with a baton.
Yeah, they just do it at invitationals, kind of quirky invitationals, where you'll see like, you know, Swedish medley, sprint medley,
Right.
distant medley type relays.
Class 4A now. Your lane assignments in 1, Dante Johnson from Mays, Rick Barry in lane 2 from Hardaway. Devon Williams out of Kell in 3, representing Cedar Shoals, Jamario Calhoun in 4. Ty Richardson you see from Sprayberry in 5. Torian Ferguson from Jonesboro in 6. Southwest DeKalb County's Christopher Morris in 7. And Dio Adams from Woodland Cartersville in 8.
Going to be a great race. Calhoun went 36.97 in the prelims. This is the last race of his collegiate career. Won the long jump, triple jump in 49.9. Look for him to run in the 36s in this race. Also have Devon Williams and in lane 3 and Ferguson in lane 6 who have also run in the 37s coming into this meet. Going to be an interesting race to watch. Ferguson has run 37.95. He ran that at the sectional east. He is in lane 6. Calhoun 36.97 yesterday, the next fastest time, and then Devon Williams went 37.97 at the region championships.
And 37.94 Williams today in this prelims.
Yes.
So it's Johnson, Barry, Williams, Calhoun, Richardson at 5, Ferguson, Morris, and Adams. Your record, 1997, Terrence Trammell, 36.56.
And that was the greatest race I ever saw, that 36.56. With the conditions, swirling winds, 55 degrees.
Lane 4, Calhoun.
Struggled a little bit over that last hurdle. We'll see. This is going to be a close
Lane
one.
3, Williams. Williams out of Kell in 3. Lane 4, Calhoun. Looking lane 6, Ferguson. And some more heartbreak on the track. Lane 3, in the end, Devon Williams, your winner, as the hurdle claims another runner. Williams, 37.45, Barry, 38.02. Just heartbreak.
That was a great run by Williams, and you could definitely see the frustration on Calhoun, but he has nothing to hang his head about. Long jump 23.6, triple jumped 49.9, had the fastest time coming out of the prelims at 36.97. Nothing to hang your head about. He did struggle. I noticed on that 3rd and 4th hurdle, there was definitely a little skip, and I thought maybe a little lactic acid had already set in. But in any event, great race, nothing to hang your head about. And Williams, just an excellent time, 37.4 at the end of a meet at the Georgia State meet where we have prelims leading up to all of this, where guys have run multiple events. It's incredible when you run 37s here.
I mean, we sometimes forget because these athletes are so tremendous, but these are still 16, 17, 18-year-old kids that get tired like us.
You're exactly right.
They've run 2, 3, 4, 5 races over the past 24, 36 hours.
Yeah.
It builds up.
It does.
I mean, you have to warm up, you have to cool down. It's more than just the races themselves. You go home, you have to eat right, you have to hydrate. This is a whole 3, 4 days worth.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, you're a little bit tired.
And our state meet, a lot of state meets, you just have finals. That's it. We have prelims leading up to that. And if you're doing prelims and field events like Calhoun did, that's, I mean, you know, you're going to see some fatigue set in. And we, like, you know, a great example was Justin Scott Wesley last year. You know, all the prelims, they take their toll. So here at the Georgia Olympics, to run that this late in the meet, anything 37 is just flying.
You see the 3A, 300-meter hurdles here. Jonathan Jones. Another 10 points there for Carrollton. Trojans looking for that three-peat. Also won back in 2002 and 2003. A whopping 26 titles in school history.
And that, it was either the 02 or the 03 team was just one of the most loaded teams I've ever seen regardless of classification. They had like 2 teams in the 4x1. They might have had 2 in the 4x4. They had a 50-foot triple jumper that year. They had somebody that jumped right near 7 feet, and that's just a 3A school. So gosh, what a great, probably the most historic track program in the state of Georgia's history, regardless of classification. Like I said, the school records there are just unbelievable.
Some teams gunning for Carrollton. Charles Drew, Westover obviously huge in the field events, needed to build up enough points in the bank to try and hang on. Woodward Academy, Stone Mountain, Cedar Grove, St. Pius. Carrollton, though, once again, maybe a little too strong.
Yeah, and another Carrollton, I remember my senior year, Reggie Brown, he played for the Philadelphia Eagles, played receiver. He went to Carrollton. His sophomore year, he long jumped 24.9 as a sophomore. So that's their long jump school record. Just the school records are just, man, they are unbelievable at that school. And it looks like they're going to take home another title today. We will see what happens.
Class 5A now, your lane assignments in 1, Jordan Thomas out of Luella. Josh Mulder from Centennial in 2. From Langston Hughes, Arius Gilstrap in 3. Alan Fry from Campbell in 4. Sam Davies representing Collins Hill in 5. Dennis Gillespie from Norcross in 6. From Newton, Durante Carter in 7. And rounding out the field, Devontae Watts out of Lowndes County in 8.
Another race is going to come down to the wire. Alan Fry has the fastest time coming into this, 37.50. He ran that kind of earlier in the year at the Bob Hayes Invitational. Second best time coming in will be right next to him in lane 5, Sam Davies. He had 38.63 in the prelims, and then Gilstrap right there, 38.65 in the prelims. So I think your pre-race favorite is going to be Alan Fry in 4 or Davies in 5 with a dark horse of Gilstrap in lane 3.
I'll tell you what, though, the way things are going here with these hurdles, all bets are off.
Yeah.
You better be clean or else you may be in trouble.
You're exactly right. And like I said, with the Calhoun, I could see it after the 3rd and the 4th hurdle. I was like, man, he's struggling a little bit, and you saw it on the home stretch. But again, Jamario Calhoun, there's nothing to hang your head about. He had a great Georgia Olympics.
William Wynn back in 2007, the 5A record 35.68.
Yep.
Reggie Wyatt again back in 2009, the national record 35.02.
And William Wynn was a great athlete. He ran the 400 one time his senior year. He went 46.28. No, 46.72, excuse me. One time. He only ran it one time.
Quit while you're ahead.
Yeah.
Thomas, Mulder, Gilstrap, Fry, Davies, Gillespie, Carter, and Watts. Athens Christian now a 12-point lead over Darlington in Class A to this point. Elbert County leading Putnam County by 4. North Oconee by 4 as well. And somebody jumped early, it appears.
It does appear that way, but we can't jump our own gun like I did earlier where no one full started.
Gotta wait till they head over here, man.
How long you been doing it?
Chill until there.
How long you been doing it?
7 years.
How you like it?
I like it. Schedule's rough sometimes. I can deal with that.
How often do you work?
Lately I've been working 6 days a week, man.
Maybe just a false start on the starter. Trying to see if somebody did move a little early here.
Editing also. Lots of editing.
Does not appear so.
That's the hard part, huh?
Yeah, it's just the tedious part.
The take long part.
The repetitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at least I'm shooting it, and I can blame myself for any mistakes, you know.
Some big points out there right now. Luella looking for a title. Jordan Thomas in lane 1. Good start this time. We have 8 competitors.
Wow, Davies in 5.
Sam Davies in 5.
Moving. Fry in lane 4, and Fry's got a lot of experience in this race as well.
Alan Fry in 4 from Collins Hill. Sam Davies in 5. Fry from Campbell, excuse me. Davies from Collins Hill.
Wow.
Fry from Campbell. And Alan Fry. Oh boy, Sam Davies. Alan Fry, your winner, 37.46. Mulder, 38.81. Gilshap, 39.23. And the final hurdle once again rears its ugly head.
Yeah, great race, 37.46. That was a season best for Fry. Just a tremendous race. Took it out kind of at a pedestrian-type pace. I noticed that in lane 5, we had Davies taking it out really strong. Great race, 37.46. And he's third all class. It went 3A, 37.44, then 37.45, then 37.46. So all within 2/100ths of a second of each other. Tremendous time, tremendous race at this point in the meet of 37.46 for Alan Fry.
The 300-meter hurdles now in the books, capped off by Campbell's Alan Fry with a season best 37.46 as he survives the dreaded final hurdle.
In center place, we'll start with the Kell. Mr. Moore, the 40.54. And the 6th place, ladies, that is Johnson. Johnson with a 40.42. In 5th place, Woodson, 39.44. In 4th place, Simon Fairbairn, 39.42. In 3rd place, Harley Ferguson, Jonesboro, 39.06. This year's state runner-up, Rick Perry, Hartley, 38.02. And the state champion from Kell, the time of 37.45, Devin Williams. Congratulations, gentlemen, champions of the 4A for the 300-meter intermediate hurdle.
Yeah, and I know enough about the athletes to where I got a good memory, so I'll be able to make a little bit of a comment just here and there, kind of like we did last week, just kind of silent, maybe get like a 10, 15-second comment on a kid that's up on the stand. Is that cool? Sounds good.
Hey, how's the 2 looking? Am I matching everybody?
And now to your boys 4x400 meter relay, Class A first, your lane assignments. In 1, Turner County. Lane 2, Darlington. Lane 3, we have Pace. Lane 4, Eagles Landing Christian. In 5, Central Talbotton. Lane 6, Wesleyan. Lane 7, Claxton. And in lane 8, Mount Pisgah.
Yeah, this race, it's really going to come down. Coming into the state meet, Pace Academy and Eagles Landing had the 2 fastest times coming in. They had the 2 fastest times in the prelims by at least 5 seconds. They both went 3:24. Eagles Landing Christian in lane 4 went 3:24.6. Pace went 3:24.7. Like I said, again, here in Georgia, our Class A kind of separates from other states. Our Class A is lights out here, so you could see a low 3:20s from a Class A school, and the Class A record, of course, here is 3:21, which again is a great Class A record. So Pace and Eagles Landing, barring, DQs can happen. You can have one runner that falls off that can make a huge difference, but those are the heavy favorites coming into this race. Pace and Eagles Landing Christian, better known as Elka.
And you said Dooley County, you referenced it, that was back in 1991, 321.33. The national record, 1985, 307.4.
The fastest time ever run in our state was either 3:10 or 3:11 by Southwest DeKalb back in the early 90s. I think they ran that at the Golden South down in Florida. I think it was 3:11 actually, fastest time ever run in Georgia by a team in Georgia.
And again, your lane assignments, Turner County in 1, Darlington, Pace, Eagles Landing Christian in 4, Central Talbotton in 5, Wesleyan, Claxton, and Mount Pisgah. In terms of the baton exchanges, how important is that here? It's obviously not the 4x1.
Yeah.
But you need to have a good exchange.
You do. I mean, they can make or break a 4x400. I mean, they're definitely not as important as they would be in the 4x100, where the exchange is almost as important as the actual running in and of itself. But yeah, in the 4x400, you just want nice, clean exchanges. You just don't want any bad exchanges in the 4x4, and you're going to see some. They happen every single race. I just say look for good exchanges. Just make sure you get that baton, nice, clean exchange. Just try to stay away from bad exchanges in this event.
And currently, Kell in first place in 4A, Brookwood in first place at this moment in 5A. So this big 4x4, 10 points out there, could determine the entire state championship. You want pressure on an anchor leg. How about a state championship on the line?
Wow.
Final 100 meters, make or break. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, I've gotten it. We had the title wrapped up pretty much my senior year, but I got it in second place, about 20 feet behind. Not a ton of pressure there, but at a region meet one time, I got it at about the same time as another guy. So yeah, a lot of pressure there if you get that baton, and the region title depends on it, or a state title.
And the rain has started to come out. The heavens are opening up to complicate matters that much more. And everybody's running for the hills. Kell 48 points, Creekside 35, Pope 31 in 4A. Mentioned Brookwood 6 ahead of Coffee right now, 7 ahead of Wheeler, 8 ahead of Luella.
Wow. That could make 5A interesting because Luella had, I think, the fastest time, I believe, in the state coming into, yes, 3:15.19.
Turner County, Darlington, Pace, Eagles Landing Christian, Central Talbotton, Wesleyan, Claxton, and Mount Pisgah. Class A, boys 4x4. Some in the block, some not.
And like I said, your heavy favorites are going to be Pace and Eagles Landing. 3:24, that's a really good time at the Class A level. And, they could push each other for even faster time. We'll have to see. The rain might make a pretty big difference. I mean, it definitely makes a difference in the times when it's raining.
Separate the mutters.
The mutters, yeah.
Final turn here on the first leg. Some schools of thought have your best runner run that first leg. Some may be the anchor. You see Eagles Landing Christian, Central Talbot.
Yes.
Central Talbot in there in the blue in lane 5.
Wow.
They come in first.
Yeah, Central Talbotton had a best of 3:28 coming into the meet.
But again, I guess it could be strategy. You could have your coach put the best runner there and hope you can hang on for dear life.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy in this race, a lot depending on who you're racing and who you're going against.
Claxton's up there. And a good second leg here, though.
Very good.
Central Talbot out in the lead after one, about 10 meters ahead here in the second. Running hard. That's a hard second leg.
Yeah.
Good job there by the big fella.
That's a great, they're on that 3:24 pace, just depending on how the third and fourth legs run. Quick time for Class A. Very quick time, very quick split. But once again, the rain is going to slow down the times a bit, or it should.
Now the field's starting to really come together. They're starting to walk down Central Talbot.
Yeah, and you're starting to see Elka, exactly. A lot of it just depends on which leg is running. Obviously, Elka has a very strong third leg.
100 meters to go here in the third leg. And it's a three-team race right now. The anchor leg, the all-important anchor. Here we go, a good exchange there.
So we have Elka and Pace, the two heavy favorites coming into this race.
Started out in lanes 3 and 4.
Wow. And Pace is pouring it on.
Pace in the prelims, 3:24.73. Eagles Landing, 3:24.62. Final 100 meters to go. Pace in front by about 3 meters. Looking to hold on. And in the end, it is.
Wow.
Pace in victory. 3:23.78. Eagles Landing Christian, 3:23.93. Wesleyan, 3:26.64. So a good job by Pace.
I'll tell you, that was a quick time with it raining like that. 3:23.78 for Class A. I mean, hopefully that's a sign of things to come, and we'll see some fast times. You know, we'll have a really fast team coming up in this AA heat. 3:23.78 is cruising at the Class A level, especially when you factor that it was raining.
You would have to think the atmosphere is maybe a little heavier right now. It just feels.
Yes. Yeah, you're exactly right. And I believe on that 400 anchor, yeah, that was Seth Moore, who we saw win the 400 open earlier. So a great race by Pace on that fourth leg.
You see the award ceremony here, 5A in the boys 300-meter hurdles. Josh Mulder second, Alan Fry, 37.46. Congratulations. Class 2A now. Your lane assignments: GAC in 1, Thorell in 2, Appling County, you see there, in 3, Putnam County in 4, Westminster in the green in 5, Lamar County in 6, Oglethorpe County in 7, and rounding out the field, Calhoun in lane 8.
And you know, I'll tell you what, heavy favorite coming into this race, Putnam County, 3:21.01, AA school, and led by Jabril Crawford, who we saw run 47.2 and jogged a 156.800 earlier today, literally jogged it. But you know, coming in, lane 3, Appling County, 3:25.72, Westminster, 3:25.73, and you have several 3:26 and 3:27s. A lot of teams bunched up there in that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot. But Putnam County kind of seems like the cream of the crop here. Again, led by Jabril Crawford, who I would assume is going to run their anchor leg. And if he's got the lead, I don't see anyone catching him after the 47.2 second 400.
Right, and Elbert County right now 7 points in front.
And I'll tell you what, he ran that 47.2 by himself. That was even more impressive. He could have run in the 46s had he been pushed. Just a tremendous day he's had.
So Class 2A, 4x4. Elbert County leading by 7 points. Not represented here. It's a dicey situation in 2A. Lane assignments again, GAC, Thorell in 2, Appling County, Putnam County, Westminster in the green in 5, Lamar County in 6, Oglethorpe County in 7, Calhoun in 8. Class 2A record 3:16 even back in 1979. And again, that national record, 3:07.4 in 1985.
But I'll tell you what, that's a fast 2A record. Like in the state of Tennessee, their all-class record is 3:16.12. So a AA school would have the all-class record, and that was just so fast, 3:16 in AA, and that was done in 1979. That is unbelievable. And we had another AA school go 3:16 and change when I was in school in 96, 97 in Crim, inner city school, inner city Atlanta. So once again, the lower classifications in Georgia is not as big of a difference as you would see in just about every other state.
And in 4A, Kell 13 points over Creekside. So we could be looking at the Kell Longhorns as a champion. Football program's really risen to the occasion the last few years.
It has. And they have a player in the NFL, Eric Norwood, who I believe, let me think, I'm
Went
pretty
to
sure.
South Carolina, didn't
Yes, South Carolina, now with the Carolina Panthers. So I have an alum in the NFL.
And the great Kendall Williams.
Yes.
We saw her last week. That was a treat.
Or the greatest Kendall Williams.
Yes.
Wow, that was a sight to see.
So again, the 4x4, Class 2A. Right now in A, Athens Christian 8 points ahead of Darlington, 63-55. In 2A, the margin 7, Elbert County over Westminster, 8 over North Oconee and Putnam County. So very interesting here.
Yeah.
Putnam County, potential to win this race and pick up 10 points.
And then Westminster, depending on what they do in this race, with the 3rd fastest time coming in, just by 1/100th though from 2nd. So, wow, really interesting.
A lot of ramifications right here in this Class 2A. State championship on the line. GAC, Thorell, Appling County in 3, Putnam County in 4, Westminster, Lamar County, Oglethorpe County, and Calhoun. Class Class 2A underway.
And Thurell, you know, 324 coming into this meet, so not too far off of Putnam County. Albany had a 321, but they are not in this final coming into this meet.
And again, Elbert County 7 over Westminster, and it appears 8 over North Oconee and Putnam County. And Elbert not involved in the race physically,
Yeah.
but very much watching. See lane 2 there, Thurell. Lane 3, Appling County. Lane 5, Westminster right there.
For Putnam in the hunt. You got to remember, they have a 47-2 coming on the 4th leg.
You can't rely on it, but you can
Yeah.
rely on it.
Yeah, exactly. You can, but you can't. Exactly. If they're in shouting distance, they have a good shot. Let's put it that way.
And look, moving all
Putnam.
the way up there.
Yeah.
Look at the red going flying past everybody.
Be interesting to see if they can flirt with that 320, maybe sub. We'll have to see what they'll have on this first half of the race, what time they'll be.
Lots of red up there early. Putnam County, Thurell. That is a great second leg here. Just fluid in stride.
They're going to flirt. I mean, they could flirt with a sub 320 here. Right at 140 and change on the split. The third leg, if he runs around 50 flat, you got a 47-2, remember, coming on the last leg. Or 47-2 potential.
So you see Putnam County there. Westminster, back of the pack. Putnam County can pass everybody.
Yeah. That's unbelievable. They could pass. I know, this is really intriguing. Yeah, Westminster depends on what they do.
Elbert County not in here, up 7 points on Westminster.
Wow.
Putnam County.
I believe that's Crawford on the third leg. Yes, no wonder it was so fast.
If Putnam County wins, according to my calculations, they will be the state champions as long as all numbers are correct.
Yeah, and I was thinking that third leg was going to hand off to Jabril Crawford. That was Jabril Crawford on the third leg. So
I would say he opened up a nice little distance.
Yes.
A potential state championship. A tad over 200 meters left on the line. A 35-yard lead.
Yeah,
going
huge
into
lead.
the final turn. Putnam County.
And that was an unbelievable leg by Jabril Crawford. That was unbelievable.
100 meters to go. Final straightaway for a potential state championship. All Putnam County as they finish up in a phenomenal 3:18.64.
That's a double A time. 3:18.64.
Thurell 3:22.49. Oglethorpe 3:23.12. Putnam County wins Class AA and a possible state championship.
Tremendous time. Just a double A school breaking 320 is just unbelievable. In a lot of states, that would be your all classification winner. And we're just at double A with 3 classifications to go.
Jubilation in fatigue. You saw it right there.
The Darlington School finishes in fourth place, 3:31.35. The Wesleyan School finishes in third, 3:26.64. Eagle Landing Christian is the runner-up, 3:23.93. And your single A.
You see your single A medal ceremony there.
78. The champions, the single 4x4.
Titans, whoever that is, whoever the Titans are.
Leading Westminster Coach into the stroke.
Class 3A now. Your lane assignments. Oconee County is in 1. Rutland in 2. Stone Mountain in 3. Arabia Mountain in 4. Woodward in 5. Drew High School in 6. Peach County in 7. And Mary Persons in 8.
Wow, intriguing matchup. You had the fastest time, very fast pre-line time of 3:17.44 by Arabia Mountain. But from everything I heard from the sectional meet, Stone Mountain barely qualified and should have run in the 3:16, 3:17 range, if not 3:15. They had some pretty bad exchanges on every exchange at that sectional meet. So Arabia Mountain definitely looking like they're the heavy favorite coming in out of lane 4, but don't sleep on Stone Mountain in lane 3. They've had a lot of good relays they put together over the last couple of years. And hey, you got a lot of teams at 320 flat in Drew, Woodward, and in Rutland. Again, Jadarius West is not going to be able to run today, so that's going to definitely put a damper on their 4x4, or definitely going to lower their potential for a time in a high place. Definitely 3 and 4 are my favorites in this race, Stone Mountain and Arabia Mountain. Do not sleep on Stone Mountain.
Oconee County, Rutland, Stone Mountain, Arabia Mountain, Woodward, Drew, Peach County, and Mary Persons. 3A final.
Go, Fontaine, let's go! Let's go, go!
Rutland's out well there in lane 2.
Oconee County lagging behind a little bit here.
Yeah.
Obviously in lane 1.
And, you know, 3:21.18, not a bad qualifying time for Oconee County.
See lane 4, Arabia Mountain.
That's another thing. I think our state records would be even faster if we ran it like most states, where we just have finals. We have so many prelims leading up to all of this.
Stone Mountain in 3, but look all the way on the outside
Charles
there.
Drew
High School. They can cut in quickly and grab that lead. So Drew High School in front, 25% of the way in.
Yep, Stone Mountain there in second. Like I said, do not sleep on them. They can put together a fast time. This is going to be a fast heat. I believe Rutland is there currently in third.
And give Oconee County some due. They were in last early on. They're moving on up.
Sure.
5th right now.
I believe Arabia Mountain is there in fourth.
Second leg, 100 meters to go here for the leaders.
Arabia Mountain fourth. Drew, Stone Mountain
This is tight.
Yeah, Rutland.
Midway through, who's got the better handoff there? That'll solidify the first place.
Wow.
Drew there.
And they, Charles Drew, they still have DeAndre McBride. Ran a low 48, high 47 type guy, was in the 200 final. So even though they don't have Jadarius West, they're still deep, and they still have a lot of other fast guys.
Things opening up a bit here. 50 meters between first and eighth. You see Drew.
I believe there's Stone Mountain coming up. Yes.
Wow.
Over in lane 3.
A phenomenal.
I said don't sleep on it.
Final 100 meters here.
Yeah.
Look at the boys in white putting on the heat.
Wow. That was nice. I said at the beginning, from everything I heard from the sectional meet, they lit it up and could have run a 3:15.
Opening up about 30 meters. The final 100 meters on that third leg, very impressive.
Here we go. This is going to be a nice time, a really nice time. I think it's going to be sub 320.
Arabian Mountain there in second, I believe.
Yes.
Stone Mountain in first, 100 meters to go. Arabian Mountain being passed. Look at Stone Mountain.
11.
Great form, finishing things up. Wow.
Wow.
A new, no, just missed the state record. 3:15, actually they get the state record. 3:15.28, Stone Mountain, a new state record. Gordon had it back in 1984. Stone Mountain has it now. Wow.
Yeah, and that's just 3A. We have 2 more to go, 3:15.28 in 3A. We had a 3:18.64 in 2A. And I said at the beginning, from everything I heard from sectionals, they could have gone sub 3:15. Just a lot of bad exchanges. And they showed it there. I mean, they ran a low 3:15, 3:15.28, incredible time.
Stone Mountain, 3:15.28. You see it there. Rutland finishing in second. A phenomenal job by Stone Mountain.
Hey, and it pays to read message boards. I can't be at every meet. I just heard they look phenomenal at the sectional.
That was phenomenal. You see Drew there in third, Woodward Academy in fourth.
Yeah, and Stone Mountain went 3:15.84 at the region championships. So that was definitely a season best.
You see your 2A medals there. It appears Westminster's been disqualified. Having to redo the standings here. Oglethorpe County finishing in third. Thurl in second. You see Putnam County, Jabril Crawford and the fellows. Class 4A now. Your lane assignments. Miller Grove in 1. Mays in 2. Morrow in the green with the M in 3. Sprayberry in 4. Cedar Shoals in 5. Whitewater in 6. Bainbridge in 7. And rounding out the field, Redan in 8.
Wow, maybe you're not going to see, it's not going to be as top heavy here as far as the 315s, 316s, I don't think, but every team from the prelims is from 319 to 321, and that's from 319.8 to 321.1, so a high 319 and a low 321, just 1.3 seconds. I mean, it's separating the first from the last qualifier. A team that I would not sleep on is Morrow. They have Adolphus Gray and Arian Evans, depending on how the other two guys run. I mean, in the prelims, Sprayberry, they have the fastest 400-meter runner in the state of Georgia, went 46.62 today, Michael Newton. Anything could happen in this race. It's hard to predict. I'm just saying, don't sleep on Morrow starting in lane 3.
Okay, so again, that's Miller Grove, Mays. You see Morrow there, Sprayberry, Cedar Shoals, Whitewater, Bainbridge, and Redan. Cedar Shoals, the last 4A team to win back-to-back titles, 2002 and 2003. Clark Central's the defending champion. Remember, last year they nipped Alcovy by 3 points and Kell by 4. The Longhorns, though, appear that 2012 will be their year.
Yep, with more than a 10-point lead, going to be hard to overcome them in this last relay. Yeah, they've had a great day.
Class 4A, Miller Grove, Mays, Morrow, Sprayberry, Cedar Shoals, Whitewater, Bainbridge, and Redan. Boys 4A, 4x4. Stagger being made up top there.
Yeah, I believe that is lane 6, Whitewater.
Whitewater in 6, Bainbridge in 7, Redan in 8.
Whitewater out of Fayette County on the southwest end of town near me.
Some great pictures here being taken by our cameramen, Andy Collins, Jay Williams, Stephen Lawler. Great stuff, getting all the phenomenal views. You see Cedar Shoals, the orange shorts there, in front in the first leg. Jamie Murph and Corey Steinecker directing, running the show. Ben Halpern producing, doing a great job with the graphics. My partner here, Matt Day, great job from everybody Look at that move, though.
Wow.
Mays.
Mays coming on. Hey, but like I said, last two legs, I don't know how Morrow structured their 4x4, but don't sleep on them. Don't sleep on them.
I'm not sleeping on anybody.
We'll have to
You're
see
right
what happens.
more than you're wrong, and I'll trust you. But Mays in the lead as we get towards the midway point here. The 4A 4x4 opening things up. A 10-meter lead. It's a tight field, though.
Going to look for another, through that first split, we're looking at another sub 320, depending on how the third and fourth leg run for Mays.
Got a 20-meter lead. Mays opened things up there on that second leg. 2 through 8, though, fairly tight.
Yeah, Mays looking strong.
Very strong.
Very strong. Kind of coming out of nowhere in a sense, because they really haven't run like this all year on the level that they're running now. I mean, it all depends on what the fourth leg does.
Mays comfortably in front.
Wow.
About a 20-meter margin.
Yeah, looking good. They're going to put together a quick time, too, here. Looks like it. But, hey, this race is not as far from over.
Field is coming on a little bit.
Wow, Jamario Calhoun coming up for Cedar Shoals here on this fourth leg. You never know.
And Mays is not out of the woods just yet. A full 200 meters to go, and they are being walked down right now.
It's got to be, that is Sprayberry. It has to be, because that only one person, which is Michael Newton, is going to run like that.
Unbelievable
Yes.
final leg here. Sprayberry walking Mays down in emphatic fashion. Oh my. What a phenomenal final leg.
Wow.
Morrow finishes third, but Sprayberry 317.61, Mays 319.22, and Morrow 320.26. Mays had the race, but in the end, Sprayberry, Michael Newton, just too good.
And to be honest, that was a little faster than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be more in the 318, 319 range. I would love, I'm going to go back and watch this and see what the split was of Michael Newton, because there is no telling what that split was. I mean, he started back behind, and then not only started back behind, but won by a large margin on top of that.
Amazing.
That's unbelievable.
You see the jubilation, 4A in the books, one more race to go. 5A, 4x400 meter relay in a moment.
Need the 3A competitors to the victory stand, please. Relay teams from 3A, we need you in the victory stand, please. In 8th place for AAA 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place, Mary Persons. In 7th place, Easy County. In 6th place, Oklahoma County.
All right, ready for the 4x400 final in 5A. 1A in lane 1, Bradwell Institute. Lane 2, McEachern. Lane 3, Grayson. Lane 4, Westlake. Lane 5, Campbell. Lane 6, Mill Creek. Lane 7, Luella. And lane 8, South Gwinnett. This is going to be a great race. Coming into this race, the fastest time, all classifications, Luella, who will be in lane 7, 3:15.19. They ran that 2 weeks ago with the Class 5A Sectional West. Westlake comes in with a 3:15.95. McEachern comes in with a season best of 3:17.05. And this is just going to be a great race. Luella is going to be my pre-race favorite. They are fighting for a title here. They want to pick up as many points as they possibly can. They have Tadashi Pender, who we saw in the 100 and the 200-meter final, has 10.5 speed, low 21-second speed. Probably their fastest guy for 400 as well. Just a really intriguing matchup. Looking to see what Luella does. Through the prelims, the fastest time was Westlake, 3:16.95. Then you had Campbell in lane 5, 3:18.58. Then followed by Grayson, 3:19.29. Then Mill Creek, 3:19.79. Then McEachern, 3:19.46. Luella, 3:20.70. Those are your top 6 out of the prelims. But again, Luella with the fastest time, all classifications, not just in 5A, but all classifications of 3:15.19, run 2 weeks ago at the Class A Sectional West meet. We're getting ready. They're stretching out here. The starter is getting ready. This is going to be an exciting race. This could be the race of the day. And this has been a great Georgia Olympics. Again, we've had a lot of guys break 21 for 200. Never done it at this state meet. Today, Tyreek Hill went 20.94, which is absolutely flying on this track. Went 10.44 and a minus 0.7 headwind, which is just unbelievable and almost as remarkable as Mariko Askew in 1A running a 10.55 and a minus 2.1 meter per second headwind. That's just about as impressive as the 10.44, if not more impressive. So we've seen a lot of great races today, and just a few classifications ago, we saw a 3:15.28 breaking a very old record in Class AAA. Stone Mountain, a team I said not to sleep on, definitely one of the best teams, all classifications coming into this meet. And as we get ready for the 5A final, this is going to mean a lot. Luella is looking to win this, to pick up the most points possible. Brookwood, who I believe is the current leader, does not have a team in this 5A final. So Luella can do a lot of damage in this race, and they were one of the favorites to win it all coming in with what they did out of the sectional meets and the people they qualified out of sectionals. If Luella can win this race, that could mean the state title for them. Don't quote me on that, but they are 8 points behind. If they can get 10 points here, that could clinch the state title. Looking at the points, I haven't done everything yet, but I'm pretty sure they will win the state title if they were to win this. And again, coming into the state meet, they are the favorite to win it. And they are off out of the blocks. We will see. You never know what happens till after the first curve to see where everybody's at. Westlake is out very fast. And again, they had the second fastest time coming into the state meet within this heat of 3:15.95. Luella is out in lane 7. Very important race here. Could mean a whole lot depending on how the teams place. Luella is going to have to win to try to bring home that 5A state title. We have Luella and Westlake leading right now. Got McEachern coming up in lane 2. Luella is looking strong. Wow, big lead for Luella after the first leg. Wow. McEachern in second, now Westlake in second. McEachern still fighting. Wow, this is going to be a great race. Mill Creek is pushing. Wow. Luella in first, Mill Creek second. We have Westlake third. Well, I believe that is Tadashi Pender, the 100-meter runner on the third leg. He's pretty fast for 1 and 2, and he's looking fast for 400 so far. This is going to be a fast time, folks, a really fast time for this 4x4. It'll be nationally ranked, there's no doubt about it. Westlake in second, Luella leading. It is close. I believe that is Campbell in third, McEachern in fourth, Mill Creek in fifth. Wow, this is, here we go. It all comes down to this. Wow, much better exchange by Westlake on that third to fourth exchange. If Luella picks up 8 here, I believe that would tie them for the title. McEachern coming up strong, though. McEachern with a prelim time of 3:19.46. These were the top 2 teams coming in. They look like they're going to be the top 2 teams going out as well. It is coming down to the home stretch. Luella, Westlake, McEachern with Campbell in 4th place. Wow. McEachern winning time, 3:17.51. Westlake second, 3:17.84. Great race. I thought it was going to be a little bit quicker than that, but at this point in the meet, everyone is worn out. And in that heat, you had a lot of guys from those relays that had run a lot of previous races, a lot of previous days before in the field events. So they're usually worn out by this time here at Georgia Olympics. Our state meet structured a little different. Very fast time, 3:17.51. Winning time by McEachern, Westlake second, Luella third, which will be 6 points. Campbell picking up 5 points for 4th place. This has just been an excellent Georgia Olympics this year. One of the best in my recent memory. Just top to bottom, it was strong. From the 110 hurdles to the 300 hurdles to the sprints. It's the deepest I've seen the sprints in a long time. And there you see again, McEachern winning, Mill Creek in 5th at 3:19.27.
exciting?
You know, I don't work there as much anymore.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I've been doing working for a company Play on Sports,
Oh, okay.
and I'll be there every now and then. I'll be there on the 15th and 17th.
Okay.
Just coming home. I'm filling in, you know, Larry.
Yeah.
Filling in for him.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, just every now and then. You know, it's a lot better when it's just every now and then. Those 10-game homestands, man, they are killing it.
That's all I gotta pay.
Yeah. Nice, man. This is fun, man. I like watching track. I think it's exciting, especially those relays, those flash relays, man. That's the best. Yeah.
We need the coach from Luella, coach from Bradwell Institute.
Yeah.
To the control check, please. Luella and Bradwell Institute.
Yeah. We used to do a lot of high school stuff. This is definitely one of the more fun events. Like swimming and wrestling. Oh God, kill me.
Is it gonna be over?
Yeah, when is it over?
I just want to holler at you, man.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
All right.
All right, we've got the 5A results from the last relay, and presenters, we had 2 disqualifications, so we'll have 6 places. Finishing in 6th place, South Gwinnett, 3:22:41. Finishing in 5th, Grayson High School, 3:22:18. In 4th place, Mill Creek, 3:19:27. Finishing in 3rd place, Campbell, 3:18.
And this is the trophy presentation for the 4x4 final in 5A.
Westlake, 3:17:84. And the champions of 5A in the 4x400. Cameron Gamble, Brandon Davis, Ray John Wright, and Amber Editoile from McEachern High School, 3:17:51.
And McEachern winning the Class 5A title in the 4x400. That race could have gone anyway, and McEachern came out on top. Just to recap some of Georgia Olympics, man, it was a great day. Congratulations to all the teams that win. Congratulations to all the individual state champions. And just for coming here and making it to the state meet is a feat in and of itself. Some of the wrap up for today, the 110s, we saw nationally ranked hurdlers and Jonathan Jones and Jordan Moore. We saw Jordan Moore, the top 110 hurdler in the nation. We also saw Tyreek Kell run a 10.44 in a headwind and a 20.94 to be the first person in Georgia Olympics history to go below the 21 barrier for 200 meters. Stone Mountain set a Class 3A record, 3:15:28 in the 4x400. In the 800, we saw 152s through 3 and 5A, a strong, solid, top to bottom 800 field from 3 up to 5A. Michael Newton in the 400 ran 46.6 today, and I'm curious to see what his final leg was on the 4x4 to bring home the title for Sprayberry there on the 4x400. An amazing leg, one of the best final legs I've ever seen in Georgia Olympics history. And Jabrell Crawford, great double today, basically jogged to 156 and ran 47.2 for the 400 meters in double A and basically ran that all alone. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here at the Georgia State Track Meet, Georgia Olympics. This has been a production of Play On Sports.